First up. Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Woo-hoo,
Welcome. We are here. This is our second WEN-Fair. This is our Christmas crafts, gifts, ideas show with lots of fun stuff. We are going to be doing this for the next 5 hours. God bless my soul. I don't know why I do this to myself, but
Amen.
I love
Here
this.
we go.
Welcome, Charlene. So happy to have you here. If you guys are on the live, give me a hashtag live. If y'all are on the replay, give me a hashtag replay and let me know that you are there. And welcome. So what's up in your world today?
You know, it's the marathon. You know, a lot of people are literally in fourth quarter. They're focusing on, you know, their revenue, their sales, and they're like, what are we supposed to do? I'm like, focus on sales. So today is literally that marathon. And I, you know, Haley, you're the one that I look up to who runs marathons and circles around me for sure.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I mean, my last 2 days, okay, let's talk about marathons. Planning meeting for my daughter is part of the assessment for discharge, one of the 50,000 assessments it seems like we're having to do because they have to figure out how much funding and all of that. It was like watching paint dry for 3 hours the other day.
The joys.
And then retrieving my youngest from boarding school in Virginia, and then my younger daughter from Greensboro at midnight last night because she rode back from college with one of her friends, and her friend lives in Greensboro, which is really nice, but it's an hour from here. So, you know, depending on when they leave and whenever they get back to North Carolina, it's late night.
And you just keep doing it, you know, and Haley, I think that's what happens is you show up in the WN community for all of us, and you do it because you show up in your life with your family, with your business. And, you know, it's like, why not listen to people like you who live and do what they preach to all of us?
And it's a process, right?
It is.
It is a process. And I mean, it would be, I think, deceptive to say that everything is perfect all the time, that everything in business is perfect and that it's always easy and that it all works on the first try.
It never does.
It never does, right? It's always like the 5th thing you try or the 10th thing or the 20th thing.
It's so true. But that's part of the grit. You know, I think to be an entrepreneur, you have to be able to understand that there's going to be pressures, there's going to be hard times, there's going to be great times, there's going to be things that people don't see behind the scenes happening. And so it's like, I wish there was like a resume like you would have to like present in order to become an entrepreneur. It's like, can you handle hard things? If it's no, then it's like, okay, this isn't what you really want to do. Like, it's okay.
You want a steady paycheck from day one. You know, let's be real here. Do you accept risk? Do you accept that there are times where you will be up until 2 o'clock in the morning working on something that just exploded for a client?
I mean, they think that we make it look so easy, and it's like, because we're a master of what we do. We master the basics. We master the simple things that people seem to forget and hop, skip, and jump over because they see all these other trends, right? Like, okay, go and do a challenge. Hey, you know what? You need to get a funnel together. Hey, you got to, you know, get 3 websites going and all these click funnels. And I'm like, why don't we just keep it simple? Why don't we just make a sale? And then from there, start doing all these other things you want to do.
Yeah, no, I get it. And that to me is one of the biggest things, you know, and there's like all of this stuff that people try to explode in there and do and make it incredibly elaborate and complex. And then they're surprised when it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or they try to run ads, cold traffic to a sales page.
But they don't want to listen to the people who are like, I promise you, do this first, do it in this specific order because this is the foundation of your business. And they're just like, but I want that. And I'm like, yes. And guess what? To get to that, you have to do this. Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's so fun because every time we get on a live, and we get to chat, Haley, it's like you and I are like two peas in a pod. I'm like, oh my gosh, someone who actually understands what we're going through.
You have to do the baby steps in order to take the big steps. And I think that there's that one of the things I see in the online world, and this is what I love so much about you, Charlene, and y'all check out her link if you haven't, is that, you're telling it like it is, and it's those baby steps. It's those foundational pieces that if you're missing these foundational pieces, none of this other fancy whoozy what's it, the WYSIWYGs are going to work.
Right. It doesn't. It simply, it can't stay long enough for you to build on. And I think that's the disconnect that a lot of people are like, well, you know what? I ran a challenge and I got this. And I'm like, well, let's stay around. Do you have the traction? Do you have the infrastructure, the systems, the operation? Do you have the habits as an entrepreneur? Because guess what? I don't care what new stuff you try, but if you don't have these basic foundational things down, anything you do from that point on doesn't stick. It doesn't last.
Right. Well, and going straight to a challenge without having an audience.
Right.
Or trying to launch a course without an audience.
Right. And they wonder why it didn't work. And I'm just like, I promise you, having 100 people is better than having 10,000 people, because those are intimate conversations you can have. Those are personal relationships that you can build on, and they're going to bring you your next 100 customers. And they're just like, but no, I need 10,000. I'm like, okay, work on the 100 you have, because that's going to bring you the success you want. And
or get 30 people into a challenge and work it like mad. I've seen people literally sell out an entire course. I have a friend who filled her entire program with less than 50 people in a challenge.
And Haley, a lot of businesses can't even handle 10 new customers. They can't even handle 15. So when they're like, hey, Char, I want 100 customers and I want to do this. And I'm like, you can't even handle 5. Like, how long does it take you to fulfill shipping an order for 10? A whole week? I'm like, okay, that is going to cause a problem in your reviews and in your customer experience, because unless they know they're going to wait a week to get their product, you're going to have a lot more problems. And it's creating a self-implosion. But They don't get it. Like, work with the 50, the 10, the 5 you can confidently do, because you have systems in place, a team in place. You have the mechanics of your digital marketing set up for it. Like, it's just things that they need to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. So are you joining us from the airport right now?
No, actually, I am waiting for my car. This is my winter checkup on my car, because it's starting to snow here in Utah. And today was the day I said, well, we're going to do a live and I'm going to wait for this car to get done. So I'm prepared for the entire winter season. And I got to get places. I got to get stuff done. I have no time for my car to be doing anything that it thinks it wants to do.
Yeah. Right?
Exactly. I'm not leaving on the airplane anytime soon because of all the COVID restrictions for, just for this. I'm from Hawaii, so going home is, 14-day quarantine and all this hoopla. And I'm like, I got no time for that. I gotta stay focused on what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's true. So true. So tell me, like, who is it that you serve and how is it that you help them?
That's been really the pivot for 2020. Is really getting clear on who we want to serve, who's the individual that we can custom, their sales and marketing to. And we're really focusing on the entrepreneur, the women in business who are currently an entrepreneur, who want to start up their business, or who already have an existing business and want to scale. And what I mean by that is those 3 characteristics of our ideal client is because we're using the same principles that every stage can use and build foundations from to grow from. So if your startup, let's say you're a product-based business, I tell you the same basic things that I do in a scale and grow client, because if you don't have those mastered, nothing you do at any level of your business is going to stick.
Can you repeat that again for those? I mean, like, seriously, because this is like one of the hardest truths of doing business online. Like, and I say this, and I think people like run when I say, okay, so you tell it again in your words, because this was like music to my ears. Because I'm like, yes, exactly. If you don't.
So here's an analogy. Okay, so I get, a strategy session on, and person comes to me and says, I've been in business, I have sales, but where I want to go and scale and grow, I can't really talk to my husband. I can't talk to my employees. I can't even talk to my girlfriend. And I'm like, why? Because they give me kind of like lukewarm answers, like, oh honey, whatever you want to do, that's great. Or, hey, you know what, find a book, maybe just go ahead and read it. And it doesn't work. It doesn't stick. And so they come to me on the strategy session and I'm like, so what's your goal? Well, I want to do this, this, and this. And I want to increase my revenue. And I'm like, all right, so let's talk about, how do you onboard a client? How do you set appointments? How do you structure your fulfillment? And they're like, why are we talking about the big things? And I'm like, because I don't understand how you do the basics, the basic principles and foundations of your business, nothing you do will stick. So online marketing has been around for many years. It's just a vehicle of creating a sales and marketing funnel. But if you don't have the tools in place, the foundation of your business, you can't do anything that's going to last. It's just a spike of revenue versus a consistent revenue that you want. And it breaks their hearts.
And I think a lot of times people go, well, how does marketing have anything to do with operations or processes or product delivery?
It's like,
just bring me clients, I can do the rest of it. Can you really?
It's a foreign language to them. And I'm talking English. I'm talking English and I'm talking English to you, and you and I are having a conversation, and this is so foreign. And Haley, just doing 2 to 3 things right will help them do the things that they want to do, right? Like focus on sales. But I want to do this branding. I want to do, this thing. And I want
the pretty logo.
I'm like, why don't you get a sale first, and then let's solve other problems, because you have sales now.
I want the pretty website. I'm redoing my website for the 3rd time.
And the expectations, right, on your team, Haley, is like, okay, Haley, I want a new website because I want this, this, and this to happen. And yet it's all the internal things that cause the same problems, even though they're changing their website for the 3rd time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't solve the problem. The problem is the operation systems. The habits of a successful business are not being done every single day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 1,000%. Yes. I'm just like, I'm feeling this at a cellular level. You're not doing the basic business operations things every day. So how are you supposed to have a business?
But a sustainable one, right? Because a lot of people get into this idea that I'm going to leave my job. I'm going to leave, the demand of my time, 9 to 5. And I'm like, guess what? When you get into be an entrepreneur, you need those same principles, because it translates into how you run your business. If you don't have structure, if you don't have time, if you don't make the commitment, if you don't do those habits, you're going to wonder why being an entrepreneur doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I wanted to be first today, Haley, because I felt like if we could set the tone for the entire WEN-Fair on why, entrepreneurs are on this fair to begin with. It's to find solutions to their problems. It's to look at their businesses. It's to sell products and services. I'm like, we need this first. Like, this is the foundational piece to build on.
Right. Absolutely. This is actually a really good segue. So we have a question. What are the habits and practices that you see need to be done every day? Well, and this is going to lead into your journal. Like, thank you. This is like, that was a gift.
It was a gift. And thank you. I love what we do. So what are some of the habits and practices? So there's a product-based business, and then there's a service-based business. And one of the things that's really powerful is that the service-based business can add on a product to their existing business, and a product-based business can actually add on a service-based business. So there's a strategic idea behind this. Okay, so when I go over these, first two things, there's a ton of things to do, but let's focus on these two things. One is first figure out strategically what you want your business. If it is a product-based business, first find out what the strategy is. Are you going to be selling on a Shopify platform? Are you going to sell on an Amazon platform? Okay, so first stop what you're doing and focus on, what am I going to do? What is my business? The second is, every action that you do from that point on is related to the goal of revenue. So pre-planning for the week ahead, planning your day out, talking about the rocks in your business, talking about the pebbles and then the sand, putting first things first, prioritizing that is literally part of the formula of being successful in business.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to just start with those two, because some people can't even get the two first. Like, they want to do 100 things. I'm like, just two. They're like,
right. I sometimes will tell you, just do one thing that you can do exceptionally well in your business.
Exactly.
And do that one thing that gets you clients over and over and over again. And don't worry about all of the things.
No.
It's just noise.
Well, and it's like, I did a WN live before I jumped on, and I was like, doing more with less. That is such an unconceivable idea for a lot of entrepreneurs. And I'm like, Haley's hit it on the nose. Like, do the one thing you can do, which is first figure out what you want to do. Then second, put a plan out so you can execute. And then third is to actually execute. I didn't say put 15 posts up. I didn't say do an email campaign. I didn't say go build your third website. Like, all of that doesn't take precedence over the first two steps. That's literally where we start.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yes, it's all about the dollars.
Last time I checked, to solve a lot of the problems that we all want to have solved, it's about the revenue. Money will solve the problems.
Most of them, yeah. I mean, I would say 95% of our problems in our business boil down to processes and sales.
I don't know. We might need to make a shirt, Haley. When we do our challenge in December, let's get a shirt for who comes into our actual class and put that on the shirt and have everyone take a group virtual picture and make that our mantra for, for the month of December. This is what we're focusing on.
Yeah, totally. Processes and sales. Honestly, if you did nothing but processes and sales, 100% of your time, you would be running a business that is profitable beyond your wildest imagination. I mean, I don't even want to say 7 figures, because that's really that's just the beginning.
Yeah. But you have the infrastructure in place so that you can say, okay, Haley, you know what? I want to bring in a product. Awesome. You have a process and a system in place so that the sales that relate to a product sale can happen. Well, hey, I'm a service-based business and I want to add a coaching program on. Okay, look at the process and the systems in place and bolt that on. Everyone gets the cart before the horse. And I'm just like, all of us wise ones, like the Yoda, come and talk to me, the Yodas of the world. We have learned, because we've done it all backwards. We've learned from our own choices and our own experiences. So we're trying to tell you for free without any gripe. We want to tell you because we want to help you.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you can work with us as coaches, but what do we mean by processes?
So I like whiteboards, and I don't know if that's helpful, to our Facebook fans that are listening right now. I want you to look at what the sales process looks like for your business. So let's say you get a sale. What happens in order to take care of that client? And then the process on the other side is, what's your marketing process to get to the sale? And that's what we're going to talk about, in December, and literally do that as our 3-day intensive. But I want you to look at that and realize either it's successful or not. Are you losing sales? Are you converting sales? And those are the 2 indicators if your process works.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing here is that a lot of times we don't know what we're doing. it's kind of like swinging a cat around and seeing where people are coming in from, but we don't even pay attention to where they're coming in from. It's like, oh, look, clients. And we don't even know what our onboarding process is or what it looks like through the whole sales process.
Right. And Haley, I don't want to take anything away. You know, when you're an entrepreneur, you're trying to make sure you have your accounting down. You want to make sure, you know, you've got your invoices. You got all those mechanics. But none of that matters if you don't have the processes in place that's focused on your sales. You won't have an accounting thing to do, guys. You won't have problems of fulfillment unless you have a sale.
Yeah. 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 The roadmap, it's more than just your roadmap. It's the whole like strategy behind it.
It is the strategy. So here's an example, Haley. I tell people, do you ever get in the car now and not turn on the GPS? Of course not. You turn on the GPS, and that's something that we're going to teach, you know, in our upcoming 3-day intensive is here's the GPS to understand your sales and your marketing because we want you to follow it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's not just a roadmap. It has all of the what ifs then moves into this direction. How do you close the sale? What do you do with objections? Like it's just part of the process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I love it. I love it so much. So explain to me what this link is for this thing that I have posted.
Well, you know what? We try to prove to people that you don't need, you know, a $10,000 website to make a sale. Use existing platforms that are out there. Pay the $12 a freaking month to use it. So it's a Shopify account that we freaking love. It has the different packages and programs. Obviously, there's, you know, bigger ticket items with, you know, the coaching for, you know, people who want to start up, level up, and scale and grow their business. But today specifically, I am talking about the BYB planner and doing the virtual training with it. And what I mean by that is 2021 is here. Like if you have not started planning for 2021, you need to hurry up. And I know that's awful because people are like, I'm just still trying to get through my last, you know, month of sales. And I'm like, you need to start planning for that because whatever habits you had in 2020 is what you're going to take into 2021. So we want to be a habit breaker. On our Shopify account, there is the BYB planner, large or medium. And in it has tools that I help you through in using for actually talking about processes and systems. As an entrepreneur, you must have a process and a system, even for how you think and how you do things and how you execute things, because it's just excuses at the end of the day of why you didn't get your sales done. Why didn't you get your marketing out there? It's just excuses if you didn't do your lives. It's excuses if you said, hey, you know, I'm so busy and overwhelmed. We are all overwhelmed and busy. Believe you me. But this pre-planning.
What do you mean this is like overwhelmed and busy?
I'm like,
sorry, I'm just like teasing about it.
And I'm like, you know, one of the things I laugh about, one of my clients, we did a pre-planning meal week, you know, so that they knew all their meals that were done because it would take 2 to 3 hours just to figure out what was breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mm-hmm. And I was like, what if you could just do that in 10 minutes versus 3 hours and get that time back for your business? Like, oh my gosh, I could do more. I'm like, actually, you're not going to do more. You're going to have more to do with. But if you don't have a plan for that extra 2.5 hours, you're still going to be back the same. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Let me say that again. I wish I could like put that on another shirt. I'm going to have a shirt collection, Haley. The next time we do this, how you do one thing is how you do everything. So this BYU planner, certified trainer and coach for this program. We've done it with Dallas Cowboys executive team, especially with their merchandise and focusing on how they can increase their revenue. But this planner comes with a 90-minute, like, hey, deep dive. Let's understand your business. Let's build some structures and systems in place. And it's literally a gift, like literally a gift to the community because I want people to realize they can do more by doing less.
I love it.
You and I could preach from the choir tops, I'm sure, because it's just like, come on, people. Absolutely.
The do more with less. Well, and it's not even just like a scarcity mindset. It applies to one of the things I've learned is it applies to time management. It applies to finances. It applies to everything in our business. Because everybody will come out and they'll be like, oh, but you need to do all of these things in your business and buy all of this software and do all of this stuff. And that's how you eat all your profits.
It's the GPS analogy. You don't get in the car without turning on the GPS, right? You don't start your business without a strategy so that you know where your business is going to go. Because guess what? Every mistake costs you money. It costs you money and it costs you time. And when you don't have either of those things, you don't have a business.
Mm-mm.
You just don't. I don't know. And Haley, you know, I have to use you as kind of a great example for people to follow. You know, you have a WN community. You've got all these things going on. If you didn't have structure in your calendar, and I know this because we were in the mastermind with you, like you wouldn't get any of it done. Like it's all structured.
Right. Well, and a lot of times people are like, well, you're so busy, you never have time to talk to me. And I'm like, I have time for things that are scheduled on my calendar, and everything is scheduled. I don't just willy-nilly have like wide open days where I'm sitting here waiting for the
right, exactly,
phone to ring. I'm off doing this stuff, and I run by a very tight calendar. So, you know, if I'm doing social media for a client, I'm doing it at a particular time on particular days. It's not even like, oh, well, I think I'll, you know, kind of bop over and do their social media now.
Well, and I think the problem is that we want to manage our distractions. We want to manage the things that we don't have control over, right? And so you don't have control over that you need to hop in a car and get to, you know what I mean, your daughter. You don't have time to hop in a car and go, hey, today I need to go to the gym and get some food. Like those are things you need to schedule in. You need to manage some of those things because you're serving all of us. And that's where you make your money. That's where you get the abundance. That's where you get from giving your time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of entrepreneurs realize like that later in their career. And we're trying to tell you up front.
Yeah.
You don't do these things. You're going to ask yourself, you spent 2 years doing a business and you go, where's the revenue?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'll give you a perfect example in my house. My husband does all the grocery shopping because he can get in and out of a store faster than anybody I've ever met. And the deal is that I have to have the grocery shopping list and all the meal planning done for the next week, you know, by Thursday of this week. And he'll tell me, you know, hey, I'm going to go grocery shopping on Thursday or Friday or whatever day it is. And I know that if I want stuff for the next week, it's better be on the list because I'm not going to sit here and ask him 23 times to run to the store for whatever it is that I happen to forget. And
boom. I wish we could have a little, like, I'm going to make an emoji thing where it has like this boom behind me when I hear Haley dropping a truth. That is so true.
Because, you know, and then every single little trip to the store adds another, you know, 25 to $50 to the grocery bill. I've got 3 kids at home. You know, let's talk grocery bills for a minute. But that applies in the business as well. You know, every single thing you forget or you're like running around, it adds an extra amount of time that you didn't have to a business that was already busy, that you're not getting stuff done.
Right. And it's like we said, right? Having the strategy, knowing what you want to do in your business, whether you're a product or service-based business, it's just like the grocery store analogy. What I want to do is get that time to do that. And this is a tool that they can use in their personal life, in their professional life. It's working around the roles that we have as individuals. You know, some of us are mothers, some of us are business owners, some of us are, you know, caretakers for our elderly parents. I just want you to get more out of your life, out of your day, out of your hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gift that time never comes back. Like once it's spent, it's spent. So why not? Why not have a gift like this? Yeah. Give yourself a gift. Give your team a gift. Give your colleagues a gift. Give your clients a gift.
Give yourself the gift of time. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much for joining me, Charlene. This has been amazing.
I know.
Thank you.
I just love getting together. Have a great day. WN community, you are so fortunate and blessed to have this. And for everyone in the fair, let's get those sales going for this last quarter. I appreciate everyone. Thanks, Haley.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. Next up, we have Shannon Sennefelder, and we're going to be talking about a movement that we are starting. Hey there, how are you doing?
Hi, great, thanks. How are you?
I am doing good. So you have started this amazing business, and I see one of the t-shirts on you.
Yep, I've got my t-shirt on. Choose happiness first.
Oh my gosh, that is so pretty.
It is tie-dye.
That is so cool.
Right? So cool. It's tie-dye.
So it is adorable. So tell us a little bit about what made you start this business.
Big deep breath here. So Choose Happiness First was actually started out of a tragedy that occurred in my life. In 2017, my daughter Kaylin passed away from unsolved circumstances. Let me say that. We still don't know entirely all the details that surrounded her passing. And for quite some time, I was really struggling to make sense of it all, to find purpose and meaning in such a devastating loss. And I've got great friends and a great group of people who were, gave me love and light and caring about me during this time. And one of my great friends, Carl, reminded me of the joy and the happiness that Kaylin brought to the world and everybody that's around her. And what's so amazing about that is it helped me to be reminded of that joy and how much she impacted people and how many people she had impacted in her life. I started to look again through the messages from people, and so many individuals acknowledged the joy and the happiness that Kaylin brought to the world. And in doing so, I made the connection that that's what I've got to focus my energy on. Kaylin and the joy and the happiness that she brought in her short 24 years on this earth. And Choose Happiness First was born.
That's amazing. It really is, and being able to build something, so amazing out of such a difficult tragedy is just, that's amazing. And, that is that, act of choosing happiness. And so you guys will have seen me post in WEN. I've been posting a hashtag Choose Happiness Challenge. And that's what this is about. It's about that active choice of happiness.
And it's not always easy. And we're all in COVID. And we're all isolated and struggling, and feelings of being alone that we haven't had magnified in such a long time. And how do we get through this? It's taking those moments every single day to recognize how fortunate we still are, especially during this COVID time.
Right. So one of the things I would love to do while we're doing this segment with Shannon here is to encourage you guys to talk about and share a way that you have chosen happiness in your life. And I'm going to share the website as well here in a second. I've posted the URL here. You guys can see that in the chat. Share something, where you have had to make a decision to choose happiness first in your life. Because I think that when we start sharing these stories, I think it'll just be incredibly powerful. But also, I think it's important to talk about, how we have actively chosen happiness in our lives and joy. For me, it's been dealing with a child with severe psychiatric issues and many hospitalizations, and multiple suicide attempts, multiple ICU visits, all of the fun stuff that's gone with that. And yet I'm choosing to be happy. I'm choosing to be grateful for the fact that we've been able to get her the help that she needs.
Yeah.
And literally keep everybody else in the house and her alive at the same time. I know it's not the same as your situation. But I would love to see how some of our viewers here have chosen happiness in their lives, because this is an important thing. And I think especially during COVID, because I've heard a lot of jokes about, F off 2020 or, all of it. And, it's been interesting to me because it's been a very bittersweet type of year because I've had 9 months almost. Well, I had 5 months with my 3 youngest kids at home and my oldest in the hospital, which gave us as a family time to, recover and heal to a great extent, which was tremendous. So it's that choosing happiness, choosing to bake 10,000 cinnamon rolls. Okay, I think we're only at about 5,000 right now, but
Close.
And my older son, my 17-year-old, has figured out that he likes baking sourdough cinnamon rolls. And in fact, we have named the sourdough starter Fluffy, and he has to be the one to feed the Fluffy.
Oh, that's great.
And he's the only one that's allowed to feed the Fluffy now in the house. Mom is no longer allowed to touch the Fluffy or to make the dough for the cinnamon rolls because he's got this down to an incredible process of, how he makes cinnamon rolls. And we've done it to spread sweetness throughout the community.
I love it.
And raising funds for the food bank here locally. So it's been kind of cool. So we got a good story. And because Facebook is not showing me, this is Teresa Holly Howard who made this comment. As I fought cancer last year, I chose happiness by being present in every moment and learning to live in each moment. And I changed my way on thinking what's important.
That's beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
It's focusing on the good stuff in life, even through adversity. And sometimes we get trapped in recognizing that we don't have enough money, enough time, enough good people in our lives. And it's daunting and it's heavy and it's hard. And it sounds like she's making the concerted effort to live in each moment. And that's something that, in theory, it sounds really easy, but in practice, it could be especially challenging.
Oh, absolutely. Right. I mean, it's easy to come back and say, oh yeah, you should just be living in the moment and enjoying every moment while it happens. Yeah.
But she was in the fight for her life with cancer.
Absolutely. And that's the important thing is it takes a lot of energy to be mindful.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a lot of energy to change the way that you are thinking and live life in the moment and choosing happiness, at a given particular point in time, even when it's not easy.
Yes. And I will tell you that the other challenge that I have that is a monumental challenge is Kaylin was a twin, and Kaylin's twin sister, Christina, is struggling with her active addiction. And recognizing that I cannot save her. I cannot make her want to seek treatment. That is something that she's got to do for herself, has allowed me an opportunity to take a step back and recognize that I can't choose happiness for her.
Mm-hmm.
That's the walk for her to do herself. And the parents out there get it. We're only as happy as our saddest child is. We could get just brought down in a second when we see our kids struggling, but looking beyond that and recognizing that they have all the tools and the resources necessary to make themselves happy. It's up to them to do that.
Absolutely. And as much as we want to be able to take away our children's pain, we can't fix it for them.
Yeah.
My younger daughter is in college and she came home last night. And a week ago, they were at a party and they found out Saturday morning that one of the men who was at the party was COVID positive, and a bunch of kids went back and partied with them again on Saturday night.
Even though they knew he was COVID positive.
Even though they knew he
Wow.
was COVID positive. And it resulted in 3 reports, not just Zena, my daughter, but a couple of other students also reported them to the university. So the kids are facing expulsion. And it's been a very tough, hectic week because my daughter's roommate is, of course, not speaking to her. You know, all of the things, because her roommate's now facing expulsion from school. And, you know, I want to fix it and make it better, but I can't fix it.
Sure. And that's one of the most challenging places to be with our children, and even if they're adult children in college, is to recognize that this is her walk through this, and encourage her and trust her that she has all the resources that she needs, and she's going to learn from this. This is definitely one of those life moments where she's going to really learn about herself and how it's important to speak up for herself.
Yeah. And, you know, and understanding that sometimes you make the right decisions, even though they're the hard ones.
Yeah. Yeah. And making peace with that for sure.
Yeah. And I know as mom, definitely, you know, I wanted to fix it so bad this week. And I was like, sorry, honey, I can't fix it for you. I love you.
Yeah. And I think it's important too, that it sounds like at her college, they set the parameters, right, for these students ahead of time to know that if you make these choices, you're going to have end results, repercussions to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you don't follow the rules, then you're going to, you know, have a tough time, you know. And then how do you choose happiness? You know, for me this week, when my kids are, I had 3 of them off the rails this week. So it's been one of those weeks, you know, where I'm like, okay, I'm going to choose to be grateful.
Well, it's actually looking at it like you still have relationships with your children. You still have your connection with them, and reminding yourself that they are capable and they are strong and they are powerful to find their own solutions, and that's because you raised them their whole lives to be this way. Right. And you can focus on the happiness of that you did the hard work all the way up until their present day now to help them and encourage them to be strong and powerful people.
Absolutely. And the one that can't make her own decisions, well, she's having the decisions made for her, and we're keeping her safe.
Exactly.
And as happy as she can be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're choosing I'm focusing on the good, because I just found out she's got another at least 90 days in the hospital because paperwork got messed up.
I'm sorry. That's tough when your kids are sick and you just can't fix it.
No.
That's one of the most helpless feelings in the world.
Yeah. But I'm gonna choose happiness. I'm gonna choose gratitude because she's in a state psychiatric hospital, because we're dealing with psychiatric issues. And the psychiatric hospital has lots of activities and things that they do. And especially over Christmas, they do a lot for the patients. They bring in gifts, they do baked goods, they give them a whole shopping thing that they can go do. They do. Last year, my child that was in the hospital got more gifts than my kids who are not in the hospital.
Wow.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
So I'm going to choose happiness on this one, because that means she's going to be in the hospital over Christmas during COVID. And if she were in a group home during that time, there would not be all of this stuff going on for her.
Right.
And go ahead.
It's recognizing that at least she's in a safe place where she can get the help that she truly needs.
Right. Totally.
And she has resources that are, you know, in people that are there to help her. And the bonus of all of this Christmas time, that, you know, she's going to even get gifts and be able to celebrate, you know, albeit not with you and your family, but she still is going to be able to celebrate Christmas in their own way, safely. Yeah.
I'm like, safely? I'm good with safe.
Exactly.
So mom and me is like, yeah, safe. Woohoo. I'm good with safe. So let's share this website, because you've got an amazing website and some amazing stuff to remind us to choose happiness. Or show us your t-shirt that you are wearing right now, because it is
choose
gorgeous.
Happiness first.
And which t-shirt is this one?
So this is our bleached tee.
And that is just so pretty.
Yes. And it's comfortable too. And I'll tell you, I had no idea how popular the bleach tees are until I started wearing it locally. And every time I wear it, somebody's saying to me, "Oh my gosh, I love that tee. I love the colors."
That is so cool.
Yeah, I broke my leg in May, and so I go to physical therapy 3 times a week, and people are absolutely loving the shirts that I wear. I wear a different color every day that I go, and they're like, "Yo, show me your shirt. Can't wait to see your shirt today."
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so this is the bleach tee right here, and it's available in a dark heather. So you've got on the dark heather right now, which is kind of a grayish, brownish color.
Yeah, it's actually like grayish blackish. It looks like it's brown here at the top, but that's just a combination of the colors in the bleach.
That is so
The
cool.
sleeves and the bottom of the shirt are almost a dark charcoal close to black.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. And it is really pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just so cool to see, the t-shirt and the products here. So let's see some of the other really cool stuff. So this is just the logo tee.
Yep.
Which is really pretty. And it's in purple, blue, a dark gray, charcoal, and black. So such pretty, this is just like a basic t-shirt. That's just
a basic t-shirt just to wear to spread the message. Choose happiness first.
Cool. And what would it be without Christmas jammies?
I know. And if you click on the second picture, I love what the artist did there in creating these. She made a Christmas tree out of such joy, love, peace, and happiness. And the base of the tree says, choose happiness first. I mean, how smart was that? And the mandala is the top of the tree.
As the star on the top. That's so cool.
Star on the top.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's cute. It's a really sweet way to be reminded of choosing happiness, especially in Christmas when we're not going to get to see our relatives. Some people may be excited about that. Others may not.
Right. No, I get it totally. And it's fun to see, cool things. And I mean, our holiday traditions this year, are probably going to get to change for a lot of us. If not all of us, it's definitely going to be a different year.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely it is. Definitely.
Let's see. I'm going to kick my light. This is your pocket tee, so it's a long sleeve tee.
Super comfy. This one is a unisex tee, so it fits a little looser, just more relaxed. But the material is really soft.
Such like pretty stuff.
The mandala, the happiness is sprouting right out of the pocket.
I love it. It's like the poof coming out.
Poof of happiness. Isn't that great?
I do. I love it. I'm really excited to see all the products and mess with them. Honestly, it's been so much fun getting to see these products and getting to explore them. And the buffalo tote.
Yeah, so buffalo plaid is so very popular. People are doing their houses in farmhouse style, and they're really enjoying the buffalo plaid, making placemats and things like that. And so we thought, why not have a beautiful buffalo tote? And it's got our Choose Happiness patch on there as well.
That's cute. Right down there in the bottom right-hand corner, right on the butt.
Right on the butt. And we also have that in the red and black plaid, which is great for Christmas.
That's cool. Let's see if it comes. Oh, it'll come up here in a bit.
Yeah, you'll get to that one.
Yeah, I love this. I love the messaging, the choose kindness, choose joy, choose happiness first.
Yes. I love the color combination. I think the soft pastels is beautiful. It's a beautiful ensemble of colors, and it's really comfortable and a great message. I mean, this is what we need in COVID. This is what we need in the world right now.
Well, and one of the cool things here with the shirts and with the clothes that y'all may not have noticed is that the sizes go up to a 3 or a 4X on almost all of the products. So if you're worried about not being able to find clothes, because that's always been a thing of mine, like I went shopping yesterday with my husband and we were trying to find some clothes for my 13-year-old who sprouted several inches since he went away to school in August. And he's like, yeah, maybe look around here at the Under Armour store and see if you can find that jacket that you need, because I've lost a lot of weight, so nothing fits. And I was like, there's just no point in me even looking here to see if I can find anything. It's a thing for me. And one of the things I was pleasantly thrilled by here is the fact that every single item here is something that comes in my size.
Yes. And you know what else we wanted to do? We were very intentional in not charging a person more because they need a bigger size, because I've seen that happen more often than not. And that's so frustrating.
It is.
And it's degrading. And I think it's just unfair. And so we were mindful to say that regardless of the size you purchase, you pay the same price as everybody else.
That's so cool. And let me just say, as somebody who's, still chunky, but who has gone through, lots of plus sizes, I mean, that's a big deal because, first of all, not even looking, because I'm not even used to finding stuff, but now I can look and find stuff.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Thank you. We wanted to make sure that, we're very inclusive. We want to make sure that no one feels excluded in the Happiness First movement.
That is so cool.
And even if it's the size of the clothes, we wanted to make sure everyone feels, included in the process.
Right. It's nice to be able to order something other than just a mask or a bandana.
Exactly. But speaking of masks,
I knew that was coming. I actually didn't know what was next, but
I'm impressed.
So it says, I'm smiling under here.
I hope people really gravitate towards this mask, because I have found for myself that I'm a very outgoing person. I love to connect with people. I'm the person who smiles first when you say hello, and recognizing that I'm smiling under here and people have no idea that I'm smiling under there.
Right. Yeah. I went into Target one day and I was making all kinds of crazy foo-foo faces under my mask. And I'm like, realize people have no idea what your facial expression really is under that mask.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have those. And it's such a nice opportunity to express ourselves in kind of a different way.
Yes. And it's, I think it's a good message to relay to people that we are smiling under there, because there are so many people who are disgruntled and frustrated with the whole COVID-19. And it's great to share a smile, even if they can't see it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
And if you go back to the first picture of the mask, I want to point out something that's really important to us. So this is an adjustable mask. Myself and my family, we've gone through lots of different types of masks to be able to find one that works. And what we chose with this mask is the fact that it's adjustable, because we don't all have the same size faces. We don't have the same size head, and our ears are all different places. So it's important that you can adjust the mask for your face. And it's also washable, which I love too, because I know for me, I wear disposable masks and then throw them away. And I don't really like that, to constantly be, going through so many masks. So this is great that it's a washable mask that you're going to be able to wear again and again and share happiness. Yeah,
absolutely. And as a mom who's got 3 kids who are physically in school right now, we are going through a lot of masks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Each kid has at least 15 masks, if not more. My youngest has about 30 in his stash because they do laundry once a week.
Wow. That's a lot of masks to have, for sure.
Yeah. But he's got to have 2 a day for 7 days. And since they do laundry once a week, he only gets laundry back every other week. So he's got to have 15 masks or 30 masks.
30 masks total. Right. Wow. That's a lot of masks.
The math just kind of went out my head.
Yeah.
Yep. The outside the box hoodie.
So we love that happiness is outside the box. On this hoodie is a super lightweight hoodie, which we love, because I know for me, unless it's really, really winter cold out, I don't like to have on a heavy sweatshirt. I prefer a lightweight sweatshirt that you can even layer underneath if you want to. Mm-hmm. So that's why we chose this lightweight sweatshirt for women that could still be comfortable, but it's lightweight.
That's so pretty. And we have kid jammies.
Kid jammies. So the same thing that we have for adults, we also have for children. And so many people I'm noticing now are doing the family photo in the Christmas jammies, which I think is absolutely adorable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it. And, you know, it's important if you're doing the whole family or everybody in the family gets the jammies, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cuddle hoodie.
So this one is one of those super, super soft hoodies that you're going to want to wear every single day. And it's lightweight. It's great for exercising. It's great for yoga. And it's great because it still looks stylish. So you can go from yoga right out to the Target or to the grocery store and still be stylish.
Absolutely. Totally. That is so cool.
Yeah.
And these are the pants that go with them.
Mm-hmm. So we have matching pants. You could either get the gray and white striped, or you can get the charcoal gray that matches that hoodie that we just looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Super lightweight and comfy.
And they just look really comfy.
Yeah. Yeah. We all need this in our lives. Namaste. It's that little bit of zen that we like, that we crave, especially during COVID. So this is an oversized tote. And I mean oversized when I say it. You can fit your yoga mat and your water bottle and your keys and your wallet all in this bag, and off you go.
That's so cool. And it's 15 by 20 by 5. So
right.
It is
big. It's massive.
It's big.
And it's washable, which is fantastic. And I've already used this bag to go to the grocery store. Now, it's interesting. Some stores are not letting you use reusable bags, but my grocery store is. That extra run to the grocery store in the middle of the week, I could fit everything in one bag. And then I'm not recycling so much plastic.
Right. Totally. Yeah. I prefer to use reusable grocery bags for sure.
Yeah.
It's a big deal in our house too, because we primarily shop at Aldi and they don't give you grocery bags.
Oh, that's no fun.
Well, you can either buy from them or you can bring your own and bag your own.
Oh, really? Okay.
Or you can, like, they have boxes that they're recycling, so you can carry stuff out in boxes. It's actually not a big deal to not have like extra grocery bags lying around. It's kind of cool, but kind of different. So like, all the more power to you for, you know, having a big, huge, you know, grocery bag that you could do with.
One of my friends bought this bag. She's a teacher, and she said she's going to be great for her for all of her extra teacher supplies that she carries back and forth from home every day.
Yeah, totally. And then this is the hoodie.
So this is the heavyweight hoodie, and I want to make sure that everybody knows the distinction. We showed the lightweight hoodie earlier. This is for those people who love to be snuggled in a nice heavy hoodie for the winter, or even for the cool fall months. This is that hoodie that you can even size up if you like, if you want the oversized look.
Yeah.
And it's comfortable, and it's a heavyweight material.
That is so cool. Yeah. Very cool. Okay. And this is the Happiness Hoodie Light.
Yes. So this is similar to the one that I spoke about before. That's a lightweight hoodie. And what we love about this was the designer, we just said, get crazy and do whatever you think as far as designs go. And she put the Choose Happiness First on the sleeve, which I think is brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's stylish and it's not that big, bolder message. If you wanted something that's simple and stylish, it says Choose Happiness First right down the sleeve.
Yeah, that's very cool. And here's the red.
There it is.
So and it's only a limited time thing too. So this is not going to be available beyond December 1st.
Yes. So this is our red and black check bag, which has our Choose Happiness First patch on it, and the rope handles, which are super soft, but are good and sturdy to hold all your belongings in your bag. Absolutely.
Very cool stuff. Okay. And this is the signature tee, which comes in a bajillion colors.
Yes, it does. It actually does come in so many colors. And so this is our signature tee. This logo was actually created in my daughter's memory because it's debuting the mandala, which was a tattoo that she had on her hand. She really exuded happiness, and she really exuded love and peace and harmony. And so we created this signature tee that we will always have in our collection. And it says Choose Happiness First in the one corner. And it's just really important for us to make sure that we're sharing Kaylin's message in this signature tee.
Amazing. And we will do one more real quick. I think we have hit all of them.
Actually, if you go back, there was one that we just added yesterday, which is our jewelry. Yes. So we added a beautiful cuff bracelet that says choose happiness first. And it comes in copper and gold and silver. And it's adorable. It's the perfect little cuff bracelet for you.
That is cute.
Thank you.
Adorable. Love it.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So cool. Well, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your message and your movement.
Thank you so much for having me, Haley. I appreciate it.
Thank
I hope
you.
you have a fabulous, happy day.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
And
take care.
enjoy. Take care. Bye-bye. And there we go. Hey, Wendy, would you like to unmute yourself?
There we go.
There we go. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Cool. So how was your afternoon going?
It was good. I had to, we had to make, important stops this morning. We're not worried about the whole TP thing. Needed the liquor store and the fabric store.
The liquor store and the fabric store, huh?
Yep. Fabric store had their Black Friday stuff ahead of time and, priorities.
Yeah.
So got lots done and then went working on binding on a table runner while I've been listening.
Oh, that's cool. So show me what you are working on.
Okay. So this is a seasonal winter table runner.
Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
They're missing their eyes. They don't have their eyes yet. The one little, whoops, the other side. Here. I'm looking at myself backwards here. Sorry.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow you up.
Oh no. Don't
right? No, not in a bad way. I hope if I can do it right, I will make you first. And there you go.
There we go. So he's got the little eyes on it. He's the only one that's got the eyes. And so it's felt and we quilted it and I'm working on the binding and then this table runner will be done.
That is so cute.
Yeah, it'll be a nice holiday table runner. A friend had pointed it out and asked if I could make her one. And so I'm doing that. And then those will be available. I'll be making a number of these. They'll have different grays for the background. I've got a variety of grays picked out and I'm thinking of embroidering the snowflakes instead of doing the felt snowflakes.
That's cool. So how do people find you?
Well, I'm just getting started on this little adventure, thanks to you, Haley. So right now, the best place to find me is on my Facebook page, Wendy. It's facebook.com/Wendy J. Haney. And so that's where I will be posting things that I have for sale and the prices. And then you can always, right now, whatever you see that I'm talking about, whatever, if there's interest in something, then reach out through Messenger, and that is just fine. I'll be working with Haley to get my e-commerce website up so that we have a easier shopping experience for everybody in the future. But that's a little ways out, and I think that a lot of you are going to be interested in some of these things because they will make some really amazing gifts for Christmas that are really personal, and probably pretty easy to mail too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and they're light and easy to ship.
Right.
And we don't have to worry about breaking anything. So
nope. None of this is breakable.
No, I'm not really worried about dropping a quilt and breaking it into 1,000 pieces.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I know a lot of people watching that I posted this out to my group, my profile, and some of them are going to be going, how'd this happen?
So how did this happen?
Well, I've been sewing, according to my mother, since I was 7. I mean, like using the sewing machine since I was 7, doing needlework. It's just been a part of my life forever.
Mm-hmm.
did my first quilt in high school, first class after college. It's a part of my life, and it's what I love.
Right.
We've had a variety of businesses through the years, and in the last 3 or 4 years.
Uh-oh, you broke up on me. Okay, we are going to hope that Wendy comes back and that it's on my side or her side. I'm not sure which. But we are going to hope that it catches back up, because we know how Zoom and StreamYard and all those fun technology pieces can be. So we're going to be talking about quilting, and there you are. Yep. Okay, you're coming back.
I just texted my husband who's in the basement saying, please come check the internet.
I heard.
Yes, we live in rural America. So sometimes it is
And
what it
if
is.
things don't always behave, I have card pulls.
There we go. I always love those.
I can do card pulls. I can do other things. So
There
I
you
can
go.
be
You can, dance and shuffle.
totally entertaining for half an
right.
hour if I needed to. But tell me a little bit more about, okay, so you started quilting when you were 7.
Yep. And then we had a cross-stitch needlework store, and then we did some network marketing, which I'm still involved with and I love. But this year, I don't know what it's about this year. The pandemic, I don't know, but I just struggled. And I've worked with a variety of people involved with marketing and mentoring and business, and they've been helping me find my way. And Jenny Wright one day said, what about quilting? And I've heard it over the years, but it was always, yeah, but I have a full-time job. Quilting takes a lot of time. It's, all of those mindset things that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't get my head around it. And then I was listening to Angela Brooks having, a webinar, and she was talking about, hey, so many of you know how to do lots of things. And she used needlework as an example, which, hey, I can totally relate to. I do needlework.
A tiny bit of needlework.
Yes, I do. And she talked about, we think about what we do as, well, this is no big deal.
Yeah, this is just a hobby. Why would anybody care?
Yeah, and it's not that big a deal because, well, other people do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she went on to say, but you have a skill. And if you know how to teach, you go create classes, go digital courses. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, the wheels started turning. And I could visualize it because I do pretty good on camera and I'm not afraid of it. I'm good with technology. My husband and I are both IT geeks, and I'm a good teacher. I know how to teach people to do things.
Right.
So I started a YouTube channel, Wendy J. Haney, on YouTube to help teach others how to quilt, because it brings so much love to me that I want to share that with others.
Absolutely. And thus the business starts to be born.
Right. And then talking about digital courses, and then having a conversation with Haley on Friday. Yes, a week ago Friday. And she says, you might want to get some of your things you make out there in front of people. I'm going to be honest. It's a stream of income that can get started a lot faster than some of the others, since I don't have like a huge following yet. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And it kind of went. And then she threw out that, hey, we got this fair in a week. And so my week has been trying to get a quilt done, trying to get a table runner done, to at least have some things available. And yeah, so
and you also take custom orders too, right?
Yes. So to start with, I'll probably put out some things that, okay, these are what I have. And a lot of them will be made as I get orders in. I have a full-time job. one of the reasons I feel like I can finally do this now, though, is because there is no traveling. I know COVID has been a hit to so many people, but for me right now this year, that has been a blessing in certain ways, in the fact that I now have time. I don't need to worry about, I can't have somebody place an order for something and then I get shipped out to a client for a week and I'm out of town and I don't have a sewing machine. And so,
Right.
so yeah. And then, yeah. So some of the stuff, you know, I already have my friend Jenny. She saw that I was she goes, oh, well, I love those angels you've got. And I want some of those. And what about a circular table runner? And so, yes. So we've got some opportunities for some of those. We just need to balance my time. And yeah, I'll work with people on figuring out estimates ahead of time so that they have a feel for, you know,
Right.
the estimate of cost.
Right.
But
and, I mean, to be fair here, you know, and to be transparent, you know, it's not like you're buying something from Target.
no.
Right. These are handmade, you know, all cotton, beautiful fabrics, you know.
Yep.
They take a ton of work.
Yeah. And I love them. There's the table runner that I'm in the process of getting the binding and the buttons on. And this quilt it got quilted. It's a twin size. It needs binding. So that's one that that I
Show me a bit
finished.
more of that one.
What?
Show me a bit more of that one.
It's kind of an interesting geometric print. Let's see here. There we go. So,
Yeah, that one doesn't look as good, I think, on camera as it probably does in person because it's an asymmetrical geometric pattern.
Yep, and it's you'll find when I'm doing things, I love that wasn't purchased or made for anybody except me when I got the kit and picked out the fabrics, and I love fall colors. But you get to a point when you're a quilt maker and you love making quilts, you can only have so many in the house.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Let's see. 2 for the dog, 1 for Kevin, 1 for me, 3 in the sunroom.
You run out of space pretty quick.
You do. And this is a twin size, and I will, you know, can I share my screen?
You can.
All right. So hold on here. We're going to find that one. Share screen. Oh, share screen. Well, this is, oh no, we want an application. I have a really big monitor, so sharing my screen would be really scary. Okay, so can you see? There we go. So there is a bigger view of the quilt kind of in general. And then kind of a close-up of the printed of the, I wonder if we do, there we go. There's the quilt, and then as it's quilted with the binding on it that I need to do. So it's yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. Like I said, I'm in love with fall colors. So when I'm the one picking out stuff for me, that's where I tend to navigate.
That's really pretty.
But
so
we've also, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, so what are some other ones you've done?
These are quilts for my dogs. So I had this panel.
So your dogs have seasonal quilts is what you're saying.
Yes, they do. I had this panel of dog things, and I'm like, what am I going to do with this? And Kevin goes, Toby needs a quilt. So I threw on a border. It has Cuddle or Minky, if anybody's familiar with that. It's a really nice.
It's like fleece.
Yeah, it's better than fleece. But yeah, so that's on the back of this one. And so for Toby was a little dog, and it was on his bed. It was on the couch, so that when he would be on the couch between us, we were able to have something that protected the couch. And in the summer, it was cotton up. In the winter, it is cuddle up.
That makes total sense.
Yep. Yep. And then this one ended up for him as well in his doggy bed. And yeah.
That's cute.
And so it's one of those things that people like to take care of their dogs. And so those were both for Toby. And then when we lost Toby just before Christmas a few years back, they turned into my car quilts. So if you're in the truck, and we live in Minnesota, so when the wind is blowing, and it's coming right at the side of the car you're sitting on, the legs would get a little chilly. So those were in the car.
Yeah, there is no turning up the heat any higher.
No. And so they made really great car quilts.
Mm-hmm.
But then we got Charlie. So now Charlie has both of them.
Mm.
So one's on his chair, one's in his kennel. Yes.
He needs a third one.
So, and now Kevin says he needs a third one.
Apparently the dog is shy on quilts.
Yeah. A little spoiled at our house.
Kind
So,
of.
yeah. So, generally speaking, the quilts that I'll probably be focusing on to start with are lap size quilts, what I call, you're not really going to be able to tell, but the size that you put on yourself when you get on the couch.
Hold that one up again. Show me. Show me.
This is an old one I've done.
That's really pretty.
Fall colors. Did I mention fall colors?
You might have mentioned fall colors.
And then this one I quilted. I don't know if you could be able to see. It's got leaves. I'm a leaf quilting addict.
Oh, that's really cool.
So so this is one of my I'm on the couch quilt, and they're a nice size that can be made relatively quickly compared to the bigger bed size quilts. Yeah. And those, and then ones for your dogs for Christmas. Great Christmas ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But we're also doing things in line with machine embroidery work. And so one of the things that I love doing on my machine is these. See, where's the best place? There we go. Ornaments. They're like lace ornaments. And they'll get a little hanger on the top. They're about, I don't know, 2 inches, 2-3 inches. And I'll have a variety of those online. You can buy them in singles, also a group of 6 or a group of a dozen of each of them being different. They're great for Christmas. I have a, 3-foot little Christmas tree that sits on a table in our sunroom. And on that is all my white ornaments that are ones I've done, hard hanger ornaments I've created, cross stitch ornaments, crocheted ones my grandmother made. It's my homemade white ornament tree. But I give these as gifts throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
So if a friend lost her mother, so she got one of these, they go in a card. They're lighter weight. They just goes in the card. There's no extra postage on it. I given to friends for birthday gifts, or you just want to let somebody know, I'm thinking about you. I really care about you. I want you to have this.
Show me. Are they all the same or do you have different ones?
Nope. There'll be, I don't know how many, at least a dozen different styles. They're generally white, silver, and gold. Yep. And
very pretty.
Yeah. And so for that new homeowner, new apartment, and they're going to have their first Christmas tree. Mm-hmm. Their first ornament. So I really love those.
I love it.
The other things we have are coasters. Coasters are about 4 inches square. They're on felt, so your moisture in the summer of your glasses, you don't have to worry about it like you do on a ceramic coaster or something else. They have cork on the back, so they won't slip, and they're thin. My husband always struggles with those thick ceramic coasters because if you're reaching over and not paying attention when you're setting your mug down on the coffee table, and you catch the edge of one of those coasters.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. So
You're wearing it.
Yeah. Yeah. So these are nice and thin, and they will come in a set of 4, and I'm going to just have a variety of different verses. This is books. You'll find a lot of things on books, wine, coffee, dogs. This one is on coffee.
Oh, that's cute.
I've got another set of these. One is very, very similar with white wine, and the other one with red wine. Similar layout. And then Kevin's Mr. Boat guy. So he found a ship design that he wanted for some coasters.
Very pretty.
So you'll see a variety of those out there. And yeah, those kind of things right now, probably a little bit for the holiday, easy to get. The Secret Santa, geez, they have everything.
Right.
Yeah,
Totally.
maybe something a little bit different than a gift certificate. And I guess I feel with a lot of these that are specific to something, you can go look and go, oh, my niece, she loves coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So I know anything I can go find that is coffee related, it'd be a good fit. And it's personal. For me, anything wine, just saying. In case anybody wants to get me anything.
Note to self, send Wendy wine.
There we go. See how nice this works out?
Here, will quilt for wine? I don't know.
Oh, barter system does sometimes work.
Sometimes.
So, yeah, so those are the things. So to start with, like I said, we're gonna go to the Facebook page, and that's where I'll start posting there, but you can reach out.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Do you have any other quilts or pieces or parts or crafts you'd like to share?
Oh, I did bring this one. This one is, it's going to be rare. You're going to see a full-size quilt on, up for sale, but this was finished some time ago, and I just need to get it on my quilting machine and get it quilted. But it fits a queen very, very well with a significant drop, but it will, in fact, actually work on a king also if you don't want to do the whole pillow wrap. Kevin, go grab the 2 off the couch. Well, this is going to be fun.
Husband, go fetch.
This is, I don't know if you see that.
I can see a big purple blob.
Yeah, it's too close.
Now I can see a bit more. Yep.
There we go. We're a little too close. So.
Yep. Oh, it's very pretty. And you've hand cut and hand pieced these.
Yes. Yep.
And just to point out how many hours of labor are involved in one of these. It is unimaginable to the uninitiated.
It's, people always ask me, well, how long does it take? I can't tell you in the hours it takes, because that one took me more than a year because I work. There's the doggy one. So it just depends. So I'm going to be keeping track of.
Somebody asks, oh, beautiful, how much is it for the queen quilt?
I don't know yet. Reach out to me, send me a message, and we'll stay in touch. And that's
I'll connect you to Teresa. I can connect you to Wendy, and y'all can
talk about it. Perfect. Yeah, it's one of those things. This kind of happened so quickly. Thank you very much, Haley. That this week was a blur trying to actually get a table runner done, or relatively done, the quilt done, and things just didn't cooperate this week. Here is
you were freaking out on me like midweek. I was like, oh no, it'll be fine.
Pretty much. This is Kevin's quilt on the couch.
That's really cute. Moose
needs to be washed. He shares it with the dog. The dog thinks it's his also. And this is mine. we're going to do, let's see how to do. So this one, this was, before I show you, this was Kevin's idea. When we lost Toby, no, actually, when we lost Barney, our second dog, Kevin came with the idea of, oh, you need to make a quilt with pictures of the dogs. Oh, great idea, dear. And then, of course, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Well, then we got Toby. So then, so by the time we got Toby, we lost Chase. So anyway, the quilt is, this is mine on the couch. And so it is all pictures of all 4 of the dogs. Mm-hmm. And then at the bottom, we embroidered their names under each of their photos. And so this is, so this is the quilt I use on the couch.
So you can do a lot of things with quilts.
Oh, yeah. So that's, so those were all photos printed on fabric. And this gets washed. I mean, that's the thing. All of these, I throw them in the washing machine. So they do. They're well used. To me, I should have taken a picture of my niece's baby quilt. It's in teal colors, and I machine embroidered all sorts of little animals on it. It's just freaking cute. So the quilt can be photos that we print on fabric, machine embroidered cute little designs or verses, or just straight quilting, or panels like I did for the dogs. There's a lot of different things out there, and what I want is for people to buy them. The people that I give my quilts to, I want them to use them. Mm-hmm. I want to, when I go see them, I want to see that nephew of mine dragging it around the house and not putting it down, or being worn out that they go, Aunt Wendy, fix it. Or I'll make you another one. I will fix it. I will make you another one. There's never going to be a shortage of them. Mm-hmm. And so they're meant to be used.
Jenny says she's dying to get her hands on one of your quilts.
Thank you, Jenny. I know you love that fall one.
Yep. So maybe, Jenny, you need to buy a quilt from Wendy.
Well, she's already texted me with a few needs. Wants.
Good.
Yeah. And so, and I'm lucky. I'm blessed. Kevin, my husband, is fully involved in this adventure, in the fact he just got a new embroidery machine. And so he's been the one downstairs figuring it out, playing with it. So between the two of us working in tandem, we're really enjoying this, being able to do this as a couple.
That is so much fun.
It really is. And I want to thank Jenny and Haley and Angela, all of you that have fed into me over the last year and a half to get me to where I am. Because right now I have just felt the difference in me in the last month after I've made this decision. I am just so freaking happy. I'm loving, because I'm able to build a business around what I love to do.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that the point of all this, though? I mean, you do your corporate job.
Yes.
And, you work that job, you do your thing. And, if you're going to be building a business, it needs to be something that you are madly passionate about.
And before, I was building a business because I thought it was going to make me money faster and get me out of my corporate job. But it wasn't making me happy.
Yeah. Well, and is it worth doing if it's going to make you unhappy?
Exactly. At least this, it may not get me where I want financially as fast as I would like, but I'm not giving up my passion for 5 years to build a business, I'm able to do that as I go, because let's be honest, I'm not as young as you think I might be. So let's just put it that way. So I don't want to give up my passion for 5 years to build a business, because we all know, especially this year, none of us know how long any of us have.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, I was working on the binding in the car on the way home from the fabric store today.
Well, and that was part of my reason for starting my business. I left my corporate job in the weeks after my dad's death, because he passed away at 71, and he was the oldest of our parents to pass away. So my mother-in-law died in 93 at the age of 50.
Oh.
15 months after my husband and I got married. And my father-in-law, my husband's father, passed away in 2007, a few months after our youngest child was born. And then my parents died in 2011 and 2013, bookending my MBA. And you really start to become aware that life is too short, and you are not guaranteed more time here.
Yep. And this is, yeah, I think I found my path to it because of a lot of different people. And yeah, and I'm blessed that my husband's right there with me, and we're doing it.
Yeah, I love it. And and that's the important thing, is loving what you're doing and doing what you're loving. I could not have worked 18-hour days in my corporate job, but I do it all the time in my own business because I love what I do.
Exactly.
And then I get to abuse people like Wendy and Marilyn, who's coming on later, and Jenny, who was watching here a minute ago, and, and drag people along. And I think my warning label should be, yeah, if you're not careful around me, you will make money.
I love that. Another t-shirt we should be making.
Mm-hmm. That should be another t-shirt. If you're not careful.
Yep, that is the truth. So thank you so much for having me on. This gave me a little nerves this week, I will admit, but I'm really glad I did it. And thank you everybody for watching, and you know how to find me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being on with me here today. And, this has been so much fun. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Take care. And we are here on a quick break. My next guest is not on just yet, so we are going to do a card pull and see what we get, because card pulls are kind of one of those things that we do here in the Women's Entrepreneur Network, and it's that super attractor card deck. So tell me what you are hoping for this year. What is one thing that you are hoping for this year? You love card pulls. Yeah, me too. I have a lot of fun with them, and I have a couple of different ones. So anywho, here we go. We have cards, and we'll see what we get. So I'm going to pull the top, if that's okay with y'all. These are super attractor cards, so these are a little bit different than the other ones. So here we go. And here we go. Is manifesting is a creative process of aligning with the energy of the universe to co-create an experience that elevates my spirit and the spirit of the world. So there we go. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. And, to me, manifesting really is that creative process. As we were talking with Wendy, finding that energy of the universe to co-create your experience with the world and make it a better place is so cool. Anyway, so it looks like my guest is not ready. So we're going to talk about things that you can do in your business between now and the end of the year, and to create the business of your dreams. So one of the things, I hear a lot of the times is people are really stressed about COVID right now. And we are, trying to grow our businesses. We are trying to make more money. We are trying to do all of the things. So at the end of the day, you've got to have more sales in your business. And you have to figure out what your sales process looks like, how you're attracting people into your business, how you are, building things up, what you're doing, how you're talking to people, and what that looks like in your business. So here are some things that you can do between now and the end of the year to increase your sales in your business. So if you are not talking to people, if you're not having one-to-ones with people, I highly encourage you to have at least 1 to 2 calls per week where you are getting to know people better. These are not sales calls. These are not intended as a pitch me fest or anything like that. They are intended as a get to know you. In BNI parlance, they're called one-to-ones, and you discuss what your business goals are, who good referrals are for you. So who are good referrals? Who do you most want to meet? And who are you looking to be introduced to? And, some information about each other's businesses, not necessarily in a pitch fest kind of a way, but a get to know each other's businesses kind of way. Because one of the things that I have learned here is that so many of you guys that are watching right now and supporting right now, I'm able to refer different people to you. So for instance, Wendy, I've been able to refer clients to you and do, like, here's some quilting clients. Or Teresa, now that I know you're doing Mary Kay, I think I had really just started to figure that out. I know that Mary Kay is a huge thing for you, but I also know that you do your magazines and your publications and doing those types of things with the, getting books published and whatnot. So people that want to get their stories out there, you are a potential referral for that. Marilyn, you are an awesome referral for people who, are looking to buy a gift or they're looking to learn a new craft. So who are good referrals for you for your business? And and who are you trying to meet? Because if one of the things that I hear a lot from people is, not just who are you trying to meet? What are you trying to do? A lot of it is, who are you trying to really meet? Because if I meet somebody, I need to be very specific about the who I'm trying to meet. Or my referral partners, my network isn't going to be able to give me people who are good referrals. And I'll give you a really good example. I explain to people that I am really looking for people who have the not secure or the broken lock on their websites, because I know that those people don't have an SSL certificate active on their website. That means that Google is giving them downgrading marks on their website, and they're less likely to get found. I also know that it also means that it's been a while since they had their website done. So cool things going on there. And, we really want to make sure that, we're being very clear with people who are good referrals with me. Another good referral for me, for instance, is somebody who has broken links all over their website. So if you have broken links on their website, then you may, those may be a good referral for me. So Anyway, so there are different people who can be really, really good referrals who will make good, easy ways for people to tell if they're a good referral for me. So Marilyn, knows that if somebody is looking for gifts, then she can tell people, hey, if you know somebody who's looking for gifts for their wife, their cousin, their aunt, their mother, whoever, then those people make really, really excellent referrals to her. Hang on just a second. So anyway, think about who good referrals are for you. So getting really specific with that, asking for it, doing your regular one-on-ones. How do you want to get your sales up by the end of the year? How many conversations are you having? Yes, I do digital marketing. Yes, we do ads. Yes, we do all of the things in ads. But cold traffic takes a while to warm up to you. Cold traffic is only going to work if it's something that is an absolute no-brainer of an offer. It's the $30 pots and pans set that I bought for my daughter from Macy's, right? I know who Macy's is. I know that they're reputable. I know a little bit about Macy's. So I know that my kid who's just getting her apartment started is more likely to want, pots and pans from Macy's and getting a full set of pots and pans. So, it takes a while when we start talking about using all of these digital marketing means, which is why I'm a big believer in using organic marketing means first. The other thing you've got to watch out for is if you're relying a lot on cold ads, Facebook will take your ad accounts down at the drop of a hat, and you are left with organic marketing. So let's talk about, talk to people, connect to people, do those one-on-ones, join 100 coffees, schedule lots of coffees with people, schedule lots of ways to connect with people, and you will be much more able to grow your business just by having regular conversations. The next thing is, if you are not currently visible in your community, are you going to networking meetings? How many networking meetings are you going to? Are you following up with people after those networking meetings? Are you scheduling one-to-ones with people after those networking meetings? You hear a recurring theme with networking meetings and one-to-ones. So those things will help you increase your sales pretty dramatically. I find that by going to networking meetings and having conversations with people on a regular basis, that I build that know, like, and trust factor a lot faster. Unfortunately, with COVID, it means we're not able to do those meetings in person. So it takes a little bit longer than it might normally. But those one-to-one meetings with people are critical to building your platform. And building your platform is one of the core things that I talk about in your business. The other request I get a lot is, well, how do I get clients using my Facebook group? I'm going to be teaching that in a free workshop in the Build Your Tribe Challenge. It's in the link here below. So I hope that you guys will sign up for that. I hope that you will enjoy that. We want to encourage you guys to grow your businesses, build your platform. People buy from those they know, like, and trust. That's why we talk about one-to-ones. That's why we talk about, being aware of brand recognition, why cold traffic works and why cold traffic doesn't work. Using your platform, building a broad-based platform that supports your business will get you to bigger sales faster in your business, and it'll build that know, like, and trust factor a lot faster in your business. So those things will help you with getting sales. When I start telling people that, if you have 30 to 50 people in a Facebook group, you're going to see a lot of growth in your business because you can start nurturing those 30 to 50 people into becoming clients. I've seen people who do challenges with 30 to 50 people in them who fill all of their, open spots. So they don't have to have 500 clients. or they don't have to have 500 people on a challenge. They fill all of their sales spots, you know, all of the clients that they need to have at any given point in time, and they grow their businesses. So it is really, really cool. Anywho, so those are some little tips for you. I'm going to do one other card pull. I know that Teresa is going to hop on early here to help just a bit. And she's going to be talking about some wonderful skincare stuff that she does. We're going to do a Love Your Inner Goddess card pull or two for you guys. So let me know what your favorite card is. If you'll tell me top, bottom, middle, second from the top, that kind of a thing, I'll be happy to pull a card for you. And we will be more than happy to do that. 9. So ninth from the top, Marilyn. Okay, 9th from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this is an interesting card. Find it interesting that you get this one. And I will show it to you in just a second. Okay, so this one is Be There For You. It's time to let yourself off the hook. Don't interpret the behavior of other people or circumstances outside of your control to indicate something negative about you. Forgive yourself for anything that you feel you have done wrong. You can learn from your choices more easily if you stop punishing yourself whenever you feel you've made a mistake. Even if the decisions that we regret can help us grow wiser, when we swap judgment for compassion, sometimes we can only learn what we need to know from what doesn't work out well at the time. Forgive yourself, have your own back, be good to you. So I hope that that was interesting for you. So being good to yourself. Wow. Being there for yourself. This is one of the hardest things that I have to deal with sometimes, is being good to myself and being there for me. So love it. Very cool. So we have our next guest up, and she's hopping on early. So thank you, Teresa, for joining me, and let's go about and talk about this thing. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so glad to be here. I love sharing to your community, and I just love the way you have influenced and taught me how to just get out of my comfort zone and just do it.
Oh, I love it. I am so glad to have you here at long last. You know, we have known each other for, gosh, when I say years, a few years. It's been a few years and a few big changes in life.
Yeah, there's been a lot of journey on both of our parts. You know, I've watched you struggle with yours as you've watched me struggle with mine. And I think that's one thing that this community shows us as women, is that you think you're alone in that struggle. You think you're alone in that journey, but you're really not, because there are women here who have walked the same path you have. So reach out and connect, because we can all inspire, encourage, and uplift one another just by sharing what we've gone through and what we're going through. COVID has taught us that.
Yeah, no, totally. And, you know, the last, 10 months, it's really been that long, have really been, I think, transformative in our lives. So many of us.
It's changed a lot of the ways that we do business, a lot of the ways that we do life in general, a lot of the grace that we have to give ourselves, you know, as we're isolated. And a lot of times as we isolated just with our own thoughts and our own struggles, you know, you really have to make a decision each day, like we learned earlier, to choose happiness, no matter what you're going through, to choose to look at the brighter side of it, the upside of it, the things that are still intact, family, your health, the things that, you know, maybe you took for granted before COVID. Toilet paper was one of them. the things that you just didn't really think about before.
Yeah, toilet paper was definitely one of those things that we took for granted as always being available at the store. And we've had shortages of toilet paper for months now.
I know, that's so crazy. I know when we were when COVID started, we were fostering, and we had 4 little girls, and my daughter had just come home from she we were in Texas then, and she had just come home for a visit for spring break, and she got caught in the middle of COVID, and she has 4 kids, so we had kids in that house. So I go to the grocery store, and they say you can have 1 dozen eggs, 1 gallon of milk. I was like, I have 8 kids at home. This isn't even a meal. This isn't even enough for 1 breakfast. But so those things that we as a country of plenty took for granted, really COVID taught us to, start to appreciate those things.
Yeah, even if you had the money, you couldn't buy the stuff.
No, you couldn't get it. I mean, and then that's when you learn you're a part of a community, because we live in Texas. Our home is in a gated community, a little retirement community. And so the people who were only them, they would get their gallon of milk or their loaf of bread or their eggs, that they didn't really need all of that. And so they would just, bring it for us to have for the kids. And so that's when you learn that the people that you surround yourself with is very important.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And that's so heartwarming because, other people like deliberately going out of their ways to support you and, bring you in more to your business. Right. Or into your business, into your life, into your, supporting you, like, heck, bring me your eggs, bring me your bacon, bring me your milk, your meat. I mean, I know for months we couldn't get, but 1 package of meat at a time.
Yeah.
So you'd be going to multiple stores because we had 3 of our 4 kids home.
Mm-hmm.
If it was even on the shelf.
Too. And then you worry, when we already worked from home, so that wasn't a transition, but you worry whether or not your income's going to stay. Are you going to be able to sustain? Are people still going to be marked? What's this transition going to look like in my bottom line? And so that's some things that were different through COVID. And so I think that's a lot that and that was one, in the middle of COVID, I joined Mary Kay. One of the reasons I joined Mary Kay is because the sisterhood was so great. You were looking for that support. We were stuck home. I mean, you can only go so far with Zoom. We're all stuck at home. I'm in California now, and we're still closed down. There's no meetings. There's no, group events. There's no networking going on other than virtually. And so it was a surprise for me that even through COVID, my business could prosper. My business could, expand and grow. And it's because of the network of women that I knew online, and so I think what's so important about your community, because as you grow it and you plug yourself into groups like yours, you learn that these women are here to support you. They're here to help you. They're here to help you grow your business. And be sure to connect me with the lady, because I really want that purple quilt. So I'm gonna go need her to finish.
I will connect you to Wendy. Yes. No, that's the cool part.
I so want that quilt. But, and that's one of the things I never would have thought, I never would have met some of the powerful women that I have had I not been a part of your community.
Thank you. I mean, that's what it's about, is community, right?
Right.
The end of the day. So tell me a little bit about
how we can help one another.
Yeah. So tell me what got you into Mary Kay.
I always use the products to begin with. I have lupus, so I have very sensitive skin. So I've always used Mary Kay. And then I run the publishing company, and I use their products for gifts for my clients. And so as COVID came, I found I was doing more online shopping, and so was my tribe. And so I thought, well, I'm just going to go ahead and buy it wholesale. I'll just be honest. I was like, I'm going to buy it wholesale because I love it anyway, and I might save 50% because, you know, it's, everybody needs to budget. And so I was like, I'm just going to buy for myself. And then when I joined, I honestly was only going to join for personal use. I said, oh, I'm just going to do it. Well, you know, they have that debut thing where they do. Well, this time debut was online because you can't meet it anywhere. You know, everything's virtual. And once my 4,900 friends found out I was selling Mary Kay, my business, it was a little surprising for me. But it just happened. I took top consultant in our area last quarter. I was only in for 2 months, which they were surprised. And so I got to go to Myrtle Beach, which was great because I hadn't been anywhere since March. And so I was like, I don't care where you have it. I just want to go somewhere. And so, but it was great. And, you know, you're just really surrounded by a community of women who want you to win too. And it's, you know, it's nice to have women who support you and want your dreams or your visions for whatever your business, no matter what they are, whether they are personal use or whether they're, you know, for you to drive the Cadillac, whatever your dream is with them, they're there to support you and help you along the way. And that's a great feeling.
That's awesome. What is your link?
www.marykay.com/Teresa Holly Howard. That's my website.
Okay. Got it. I am making a note of it here so I can.
Yeah, I see the link. And then I have the Facebook group, Teresa's Blessed Beauties. And you can see it. It's on my Facebook page. You can click on it. And one of the great things about it is that we're running, you know, it's Pink Week for Mary Kay. Everything's pink. And so you get a lot of discounts for being in the group. You get a lot of specials and sales. And so that's always great. Everybody likes a discount.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So tell me, like, what are your top 3 or 4 favorite products? Because you said you've been using it for a while, so you're a user.
20 years. Yeah.
Wow.
Not as young as I look. 20 years. I'll be 50 in June. I'm proud of that age because, you know, I have two daughters and 2 stepchildren and 16 grandbabies. So I tell you.
Oh, wow.
I have earned those 50 years.
Sounds like it.
Top is the skincare. We have the Time Wash 3D set. It has your cleanser, it has your day, your night cream, and it has your eye cream. And so it's going to kind of turn back time for you. It's going to slow down that aging process with your skin. It's going to give it the nutrients that it needs. It's going to give it the moisturization that it needs. It's really going to be your friend under your makeup, because if you don't have good skin, then the makeup is not going to go on well. So good skin is the basics. My youngest daughter, she's still in her 20s. My oldest is 31. She probably don't want me to say that, but it seems like when they're in their 30s, they're not as happy about their age as they are when you're almost 50. I shot mine from the top.
I'll tell you that I'm turning 48 in 2 weeks. So
yeah, my daughter is like, I'm still in my 30s. I'm like, child, you'll be 31 in December. Calm down. You're barely in them 30s. Just started that path.
Right?
But
I'm like, keep going.
I said, this one's great if you have any skin blemishes, if you have acne, if you have breakouts. It's our clear proof system. It is perfect for that. You know, it really helps with anything that you have. My youngest use it. My teenage grandkids use it. It's perfect for that skin that's prone to breakout, you know, and you just want to be on the preventative side of it. You don't want to treat the breakout when it comes. You use that and it helps to prevent them from even coming. And then my third one is the botanicals line. This is what I use because I have sensitive skin. So it's all natural. Everything in there is for sensitive skin. It's not going to be harsh. It's not going to leave it red and irritated, which was a lot of the problems I had with a lot of skincare systems, is that, yeah, they cleaned my face, but they also pulled out everything, you know, and everything was red and kind of blistery looking, and with the lupus, because it's very sensitive. And I don't ever have that problem with the botanicals line. It works perfectly well.
Yeah, I have crazy sensitive skin and rosacea. So I
Yeah.
feel you.
Yeah, and that's, I would always try the newest products and then I would regret it. I'd be thinking while I was trying it, oh, it's probably not good. It's not supposed to have that burning sensation. That's not a good, and then the next day you're trying to put makeup over it to cover it up because you're going to be online and, I would always have the mask because I have lupus. And so it'd be right there at your cheekbones. It would always be red. No makeup was covered.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I've jokingly been called Haley Red way more of my life than I care to admit. Because, well, my face just...
Yeah. And mine, when I would use anything, I remember when I would have a big event, I'd be trying to, put something on. And then even the makeup would irritate it. So then you would be, that you could feel the makeup irritating your skin underneath it. And you knew as soon as the makeup come off that you're going to have,
you're going to be paying for it.
Yeah, you're going to be in pain for it. So that was one of the reasons Mary Kay was perfect for me because I've never had that problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can totally understand that. And, for me, yeah, skincare is a tricky thing.
Yeah. And once you find that right combination, it's always so nice because then it's easy for you to use, once you plug in and find the right thing for you, it makes it easy for you. You don't have to worry about it. You use A, B, and C morning and night. Whether you put on your makeup or not, you should still be doing skincare. And I think when we're younger, we don't think that. I remember I would say, oh, I don't wear makeup, so I don't really need to worry about skincare. But you do because you still have toxins in the air. You still have, things that your skin's exposed to, the sun, the wind, the dirt. We're in the mountains here in California. So we have the sand. You go outside and you're covered in the sand. The wind is harsh. The cold is harsh. We had snow last weekend. And so, the cold is harsh on your skin. And so you want to be taking care of your skin, whether you're a makeup wearer or not.
Mm-hmm. That, yeah, is absolutely true. And I want
to start young. Trust me.
Yeah, that is definitely true because I think a lot of people wait until...
Yeah. They're like, oh, I have these crow's feet. It's time to start. No, you need to start young. Take care of it while you're young. It's like that car. You got that car. You didn't wash it because, you say, oh, I don't have to wash it. It's only a year old. No, wash it. You want to do the same with your skin. You want to take care of it from day one. And if you're like me, I grew up in the 70s. My I was in 71, but our idea of skincare was baby oil. That's what we used to suntan with. And so if you want to make sure that you're taking care of that, I can remember that when, my daughters are like, what? There was no SPF. We just used it.
No, I
lay down sun.
I sunburned until I blistered. Yeah. And then I would sunburn some more.
Yeah.
That's how I've had melanoma twice.
And that's why you want to take care of your skin. And that's one thing that's good about the Mary Kay. The moisturizers have the SPF in there. So even if you're not wearing makeup, you're getting the SPF that you need to protect your skin. Because I'm not a big makeup wearer. I don't wear it every day. And that was one of the reasons I thought I couldn't sell Mary Kay. It's like, well, I'm not a makeup girl. I'm not going to be doing tutorials to teach you how to put your makeup on. I'll watch yours if you do one. Because that's just not who I am. And so for me, it was great to be able to just come on and share your story, because when you share what you're real about, why you do something, one of the big things that in my group we do is we do the love projects every month. We give back to some local community charity every single month. In September, we did the nursing homes. We gave lotions and socks to the local nurse. October, we did the domestic violence. We did skincare sets and lip glosses, like a hygiene kit, had toothbrush, toothpaste, and all. for the women coming into the domestic violence shelter. This month we do hand sanitizers to the school. Next month we do gifts for teenagers that are in foster care, and we'll do it for girls, and we'll do a lip gloss, mascara, a little set for them, because a lot of times when they're in foster care, their names go on the angel trees. Well, we all know people pick the younger children, and a lot of time the teenagers don't get as many gifts when they're in that situation, and they're there by no fault of their own, something their parents that caused them to be in foster care. So we want to make sure that they feel the love and feel inspired and empowered. So we give a gift. We put a journal.
That's really sweet.
But that love project was one of the reasons that Mary Kay was, because then you can buy the items wholesale, and give back to your community.
Totally. I love it. And, what brought you into the whole foster care system and taking care of kids? I mean, because that seems like a pretty strong pull for you.
I started with CASA. I volunteered. My childhood was not great, rough, and I was lucky. I had grandparents who stepped in, and so not everybody's that lucky. And so I started with CASA. I volunteered. And then a friend of our family, a friend of my oldest daughter, she got in trouble with her 4 little girls. And we took them in to keep them from going, getting separated. And so it's really just every child needs that love, and they need that unconditional love, that no matter what they do, you love them. And in society today, the fact of the matter is a lot of our children fall through the cracks in that area. And so as a community, we have to step up and be that part of it, because they need us. They're the next generation. And so if we're not getting them the health care they need, the support they need, the love they need, the unconditional, you can do it, the education they need, because if things are not right at home for a child, they're not going to do well in school. They're not going to develop well. They're not going to, things are just not going to go well. And so sometimes as a society, we have to step in when we see those failures happening.
So how has COVID affected those families?
COVID shut down all visitation with, normally if your child is in CPS custody, have once a week visitation, with your child, touch your child, hug your child, love your child. Everything. Well, if you have a 2, 3, 4-year-old who's only seeing their mom or dad on a phone or through a video camera, that's a big difference. That's a big setback in their development. And sometimes it's a setback in the parents. They don't have that, I want to say motivated. They should have had the motivator to begin with, but because they have the child. Sometimes when they're not getting visitation with their children, they don't work their services like they're supposed to, because there's no payoff.
Right. Yeah. And then how does it affect the kids academically?
For one thing, a lot of them are virtual schooling. And so when you already have behavioral problems or issues like that, and you put conventional schooling, in front of a computer, at the kitchen table, you're trying to run your business, you're trying to do your school, 4 kids, 5 kids, however many kids you've got in different grade levels. It's a stressor. It's a stressor for the kids. It's a stressor for the parents. It's a stressor for the teachers. I mean, I know that when we were fostering our girls, I was like, this teacher needs a raise. I don't even know how she does that. We had kindergarten, 2nd, and 3rd grade. And I was like, can this be 3rd grade math? What do you mean I'm solving for the quotient? Can't we just add and subtract something? I can't even do 3rd grade. What is wrong? And then like my daughter, she has 4. So she has, the youngest isn't in school, but she has a freshman, a 6th or 7th grader, and a kindergarten. And then you're trying to talk the kindergartner into getting on Zoom. Talk to your teacher. I don't want to talk to the teacher no more. I don't like her no more. And you're like, no, you're going to have to sit here and do your Zoom class. No, I'm not. You're arguing with the kindergartner about whether or not they're going to take school or not. The kindergartner has decided she no longer needs an education. She's very smart. And so she don't want to go to Zoom school. And so it's a lot different, because you spent the year before they started school hyping up. You're going to get to ride the bus. You'll get to spend all day with your friends. You'll have recess. You'll play. And then kindergarten got here and she's
That's not
on a
it.
computer screen. Isn't it? She's like, this is not what you promised. You lied. Because you've been hyping it up for so long. You're so ready for them to go to school and now they're all home. And so it's a lot different. And it's a lot different for like the freshman who would go to school normally, be around her friends, do her schoolwork in school. And now you're trying to teach them to be responsible enough to do their schoolwork without any monitoring. And so sometimes that's a problem.
Yeah, it's been a challenge for us too. I mean, my younger son got pulled out of his school in February, and we got him enrolled in an online accredited school at the end of February, and it was a mess. He didn't like it. He's 13. It was tough, and even with a lot of tutoring and a lot of support, it was still really, really tough. So I can only imagine how families who are in foster care are affected, 10 times more than we have been. And, and so I think it's really cool that.
And some of them are angry anyway for being there. So then, you have a foster mom who's trying to deal with all of those outbursts of emotion coming from that child, who's not
the
isolated
angry
at home.
The angry teenager.
Isolated in somebody else's. Yeah, that's a difficult spot to be in.
Mm-hmm. And then now we're talking about Christmas because you're doing, in your Teresa's Blessed Buddies. I'm going to show the name of your group. That's the group. Part of it is doing these gifts for the kids that are in foster care. And I mean, it's a big deal right now with the COVID rates going the way they are and school going the way it's going. Kids need some normalcy.
Yeah, they just need something that says somebody cares, somebody loves you, somebody's here for you, because there is no normalcy, even in homes where children are with their parents, there's still that normalcy has kind of been pulled out from under them. Normally mom and dad go to work this amount, you go to school and then we all meet for dinner. And now for 9-10 months, we've all just been together and there's not any breathing space. And so in our society, we're not really used to that together.
Mm-hmm.
They want to go to their friends, want to go to the parties. They want, if they like graduation didn't look the same, didn't look the same. Mother's Day, Father's Day didn't look the same. Now Thanksgiving and Christmas are not going to look the same. There was no trick or treating here. All of the things that they took for part of childhood have shifted and changed. Whether good or bad, they are not the norm that they're looking for. And so it's difficult, and the stress that the parents are under is going to put a stressor in that home. If you're worried about, are you going to be able to get toilet paper? Is your job going to be there? Is your unemployment going to run out? What is this going to look like for you? Then you have a problem with your everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, so it's cool to me that you're building a business and putting off so many heaping helpful handfuls of support to the community while you're doing it.
And that's what I love about being an entrepreneur, because you can pick and choose what your normal looks like, what your business looks like, what your passion is, what your purpose is. You can choose that.
Mm-hmm.
You get to pick and choose from the buffet of life on what's important to you. And your last what we learned from her is that we don't have days. We don't know how many days we have left. So do you want to spend them chasing the dollar, or do you want to spend them doing what you love, being
Mhm.
passionate about what's important to you?
Mhm.
You know, do you want to speak on mental health? Do you want to speak on women's rights? Do you want to speak on voting rights? Do you want to speak on choosing the right, choosing to, you know, bless others, or choosing to take care of yourself? Whatever it is that you're passionate about, you can build a business on it. Just
Mhm.
got to want it bad enough and choose to do the
Absolutely.
work. I mean, and that's the things about being an entrepreneur. I don't mind in my business if I work 10, 12-hour days, if I have 6 vendors events online, if I'm up at midnight taking orders or working on my marketing or working on this, because it's what I love.
Mhm.
Do I want to clock in somewhere for that? No, I do not. But do I want to pick and choose? Like when my daughter said, come to California help with the grandbabies, that I work virtually so I could pick up my life from Texas and come to California and help. My husband is retired. And so, you know, yes, that's the blessing I chose. I remember when I chose entrepreneurship, my mother said, your sister is the GM at Burger King and your cousin is the GM at Walmart. Either one of them can get you a real job. Just go apply. And I was like, I don't want a real job. I want to work for me. And she was like, that little online thing is not going to pan out. It was like, Mom, please. And now, as she's in her 70s, she says, I don't know what you're doing on that little computer, but you're doing really well. You know, because she just couldn't imagine that I could sit in front of that laptop and make a living. It was beyond her scope. But I remember when she went down on her back, and my sister who worked at the GM at Burger King couldn't take time off work to come help her get in and out of bed or help her bathe or cook her meals. My cousin who was the GM at Walmart couldn't get off to stop by and check on her, but I could bring my laptop and work all day from her house while I helped her heal from her injury. So for me, it was the right choice. You know,
It's incredibly
and finally
powerful.
she believed it was the, she was not sure. She kept saying, I don't know what you're going to do. You know, how are you going to pay your bills? And I was like, it'll happen. All I have to do is, you know, want it bad enough, market myself well enough, share what I do. And that's one thing I think entrepreneurs make the mistake of. You want to be an undercover entrepreneur. I can't buy from you if I don't know what you're offering. So you got to tell everybody what you do.
Mhm. And then some.
Yeah.
Random strangers on the street.
Not telling you to spam them, but just tell them what you do.
Yeah, we're not telling you to spam random people on Facebook. But you know, it
Well,
is fun to,
but I am telling you to be honest on your Facebook page about what you do.
mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Putting that as it's complicated.
Oh, what work you do? It's complicated.
Yeah, I don't need you to put that. Need you to actually tell them what you do and what services you offer, because you never know. I mean, I'm sure Wendy had no idea I was looking for a quilt for my bed. You know, and she'd come on and told me that she had that quilt. I couldn't know.
Had I not strong-armed her into coming online and showing off her quilts?
You need it. They are beautiful. I couldn't imagine all that work. I can't even sew the hem on my shirt. I remember I took home economics, and I'm just going to have a transparent moment here. I took home economics. My teacher, Miss Baker, if she's still alive, y'all, she needs a lot of blessings. Because for one thing, I could not cook. And then we had to make a skirt, and my skirt turned into 4 matching pillows. My grandma was very proud of those pillows for her bed because I could not hem that skirt, nor could I put elastic in it. So I cut that skirt up into 8 matching squares and made 4 pillows and stuffed them. That was my home economics project. Eggs Benedict, my dad paid for a stove because I caught the stove on fire. I'm just saying. So that's why I have mad respect for them skills because they are not my skill set.
That's why my user ID is Dartha Stewart for most things.
Yeah, I'm just like
the dark side of housekeeping.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like, if you can't see it, it don't exist. Just don't go in that room. I haven't got there yet. But yeah, but that's why, You know, I told them, I remember when I started my business, my friend Stacy, she was a business coach, and that's how I met her anyway. She made me cry. I went to her first business deal, and I paid for this to take this class at her business deal. And I had like 15, probably 1,000 ideas. Anyway, you had to list them all on list. And they were wild. I mean, they were wildly separate. No same genre or nothing. And she was like, you're going to pick a business idea and you're going to stay with it and develop it. You can't have 20 different things going on because you can't give your time. You know, you pick one and we'll develop it. So I'll come home. I told my husband, that woman made me cry. I'm not even going back to talk to her no more. I paid money and I cried. It's not good. And back then I thought I was going to make jewelry for a living. And he was like, well, that's what you paid her for, was to hone in on what you were good at and where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to pay attention in the class. And I was like, did she call you? Were you talking to her? What is this? You know, because you're supposed to be on my side. I married you. But he was right. And so was she. And now we are the best of friends. Because I'd never marketed before. I'd never been to a network marketing event. But I couldn't tell you my elevator speech because I didn't even know what I wanted to do. So how was I going to share that with you? And so, you know, you have to make sure that you plug into people who can help you hone that skill, you know, help you make that happen. I remember when I first met you, my question to you was, what is a funnel? And you were like, oh, let me help you. I was like, I have no idea. Could you keep talking about it? I don't know what that is. I thought it put the oil in the car. I don't know what that is. And so, you know, you have to learn from people who already know the things and quit trying to be the expert in all those fields. Stay in your lane and pay somebody else for the things that you don't know how to do. Somebody who knows how to do it, because you're just going to frustrate yourself, spend hours and hours trying to make it happen when you could just pay somebody who could probably do it in 15, 20 minutes and you'd be good.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes it's not 15 or 20 minutes.
Oh, I know it's a whole lot longer. But I'm just saying, it's not gonna turn out well for you. I'm not gonna try to make a quilt for this bed. Trust me, that's never gonna happen. But I will.
You're gonna be. You'd wind up crying with holes in your fingers.
Yeah, and probably blood on my quilt. I mean, it won't be good.
It would not be a good thing at all. No. So.
No.
Tell me about this author thing that you do as well, because I know that you've been working with authors for a long time. So tell me about that.
We offer publishing and marketing. We have the magazines that we offer the marketing in. You know, we help you get your book out there, help you share your links. You know, there's more to it than just I put my book on Amazon. So you have to be able to share what you do, why your book is important, and you need to get out of your little circle of friends. And so that's what we specialize in. We have a lot of collaboration. We have a lot of women from all over the world that we really just put your book into the hands of readers. That's what we do. I started by, I wanted to share my one story. I talked a bunch of friends into coming into it with me. We paid a publisher. She stole our money. So I learned.
Yeah, I was one of those.
I remember.
Yep, I was in that group.
I learned the game. Yep, I learned the game fast. And so, you know, but sometimes that happens for the best of us. You know, I never would have thought that it would make my living. I never would have thought that marketing, sharing, interviewing women, that I could make a living at it, that I could write. I never thought I could write for a living. I was like, they don't pay you to do that, but they do. And so, you know, it's a great thing when you do what you love. My passion is always been help quiet for a lot of years. So for me, it was great to be able to share my voice and help others to share theirs.
That's awesome.
Kind of delayed there. Hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I think your video and your voice are not quite synced, but it catches up and slows down. I got you. Now, very cool. So how would somebody go about finding you for the publishing and whatnot?
You can find at my website, www.teresahollihoward.com. All my packages are there.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom today. you know, it's been really, really helpful.
And if y'all want to shop with me with Mary Kay this weekend, we're having a 25% off your entire order sale. You know, it's to start a pink week. So just join my group, message me, whatever you need, and we'll work out a deal for you. You'll get a great discount this weekend. And for your customers, if they hashtag WEN, they get free shipping. So just message me.
That's awesome. I am typing that in there. Cool. Any last closing thoughts?
Do what you love. Life is too short to have regrets. I know when my girls were little, I worked 3 jobs, and I look back now and, you know, they'll say, oh, I remember when you were always going to work when you were doing this. And then grandkids are a whole different zone. But when I get to be there, when I get to have the snuggles, when I get to, you know, don't show up at events now, but when before COVID, you know, when I got to go to the school activities and things like that, time is something you'll never get back. So don't waste it chasing a dollar. Do what you love and surround yourself with women and people who will inspire you, encourage you, and push you to that level. Don't let the people around you tell you, oh, it's okay if you don't do it today. You need women who tell you to get up and go.
Yep, do it now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Tomorrow's not
much.
promised.
Nope, it is not.
Thank you for having me, Haley.
It's been a huge recurring theme
y'all.
today.
Y'all.
Thank you for joining. Okay, we're going to thank you so much for joining. Y'all check out Teresa and check out teresahollihoward.com and check out her links for marykay.com/Teresa Holly Howard. And let's support our speakers. So I'm going to pop you down and then pop Micah up. Thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate it. Hey there.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I am doing good.
Good.
Yeah, it's exciting to have you.
Saturday before Thanksgiving. Hello, kitten.
This is Slider, who has decided he needs snacks. Apparently, I'm going to be feeding him snacks because he's like almost out. Oof. Poor kitty. So how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well. I have all of my orders done for this week. So I'm on to next week. I have a very busy week next week. So planning it all out and getting it all done.
I imagine that you do have an absolutely crazy, wild week the week before Thanksgiving.
It impresses me, let me tell you. I'm surprised at everything going on here.
So tell me a little bit about what you've got going on there. Because I know you were like, do I have to show up on camera? I think I've been run over by a train.
No, I think I look tired. That's all. But it's probably something I better get used to. Well, so I'm just so thankful that my bakery is growing, and I am looking for just an exceptional holiday. Actually looking over the books this morning, and I am going to block off. I'm already blocking off a couple of weeks in December that are already booked full. So I am just, gosh, I'm so impressed. I just think it's wonderful.
That's amazing. So tell me what all you make.
Well, so if I can share my screen, I have some photos and we can kind of go through them. They're probably not in order, of course, but whatever works for you. Do I just pull them up on my screen?
If you hit share screen on the bottom of the StreamYard.
Share, there it is.
Yeah, and then I'll pop it into the window.
Okay, share.
Because I've had some of your cookies and they were like the most amazing things ever.
Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind.
Make sure
they rival your cinnamon buns from my understanding. So
make sure you are sharing the right screen because it looks like you're sharing this screen right now.
Okay. Well, I have the images. Did it go black for you?
It did.
Okay. So they're going to come up here. in just a minute. Sorry, I have probably the slowest laptop on the planet.
I understand. So we're going to be looking at some yummy, yummy, tasty baked goodies. So
Yes,
what is your website while we are chatting here? micasweetsandtreats.com, right?
it is. Lots of S's. MICAS SWEETSANDTREATS.com. Thank you, Ian.
And Ian is?
My son.
Yummy, 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 yummy. So tell me a little bit about these.
So these are for a young lady who turned 13 this past week, and her mom wanted some Starbucks looking cups, and she wanted some fingernail polish, and she wanted some lips, and some happy birthday cookies. So her favorite color was pink and a tealish blue. It doesn't look very tealy here, but a tealish blue, and lots of sparkles on those lips. And so she's loving that. So happy birthday to her.
Those are so cute.
Thank you. Thank you. I love anytime I can do sparkles, I'm down. That's the whole reason why I got into this, was to bake unicorn cookies and put sparkles all over them, I think. So just yesterday, I was able to create these cookies for Orange Theory. And one of their customers is Meredith, and she is really sick right now, and they're raising money for her. And I have a link on my Facebook page, which is Micah Sweets and Treats, and on Instagram, which is also Micah Sweets and Treats, to go and see her story and actually, donate to her GoFundMe page if you need to. So it's really lovely how the community is coming out to really help this young lady. This is not her first rodeo, unfortunately. It is cancer-based, and it is, her second go around. So, and she's only 25.
Mm.
So it's wonderful to have people in the community that come together to do things like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, this is the only way I know to do this. This is my first time on this platform. So
It's all good.
So let's see if I can rotate these so you can actually see them. So forgive the backdrop there, but so these are wedding cookies. These are just beautiful, beautiful, dainty cookies for engagement parties and weddings. And I just love these. I love doing these.
The detail in the flowers is unbelievable.
You're too kind. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
They are sweet.
Thank you. And then hopefully I'm going to get to some Thanksgiving stuff here.
Absolutely.
And so selling a lot of DIY kits. There is, that's a little cake that I put together this morning. Happy birthday, Perry. So I won't be doing any more cakes this year. But that was my last one, except for my daughter's on her 26th birthday in December. So I will.
When is her birthday?
Say that again.
When is her birthday?
December 3rd.
Oh, mine too.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll be thinking of you.
Thank you. Do I get a cake?
Oh, well, I tell you, I can't. I got to be on
I know.
stress.
I was just
but I love you. You know that.
I know you do. I was like, do I?
So it was a hard decision to cut it off, to cut off cakes and cupcakes and things, because I'm getting known for that too. But my focus is cookies and always has been. So, and of course now hot cocoa bombs. So I have to choose my battles and pick and choose right now. So no more cakes for me until the beginning of the year. I was really excited to put together this DIY kit for Hanukkah. It's just so pretty, and it's a huge hit. I have got so many. I'm even shipping to New York for these.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, somebody shared my post, and somebody up in New York got it and shared it up there. And I have been getting text after text after text about it. So it's really cool. Really.
That is amazing.
And
hence the
then-
reason that you've had to shut down ordering.
Yeah, it's really, really something. Well, now I've gone to a different view, so that's probably not good.
You must be on a Mac.
No, I'm not, unfortunately. So, well, I'll see if I can find the rest of the photos while we're chatting.
Okay.
So what else can I tell you today?
I will let you go look for the pictures, and once they pop up, I'll pop them back up on the screen. So tell me, like, what kinds of sugar cookies you do, because you do gluten-free and regular gluten, right?
I do. And I also do traditional cookies as well, like chocolate chip, peanut butter. I have an amazing gourmet, probably my signature cookie. I'm going to make that decision over the holidays. But it is my signature gourmet cookie is a salted caramel, which is homemade, chocolate chip, brown butter cookie.
It sounds really dangerous.
Oh my gosh, you cannot just have one. I'm sorry, you just can't. And of course, I make them, super big. And so
A signature cookie, which is the salted caramel chocolate chip brown butter cookie.
yes,
Try saying that 3 times really fast.
no, not doing it.
Can't make you.
Yep. So, so we have the traditional cookies, and then we have, of course, the royal icing cookies. And those, of course, can come in any shape and size. And I'm really excited about all of the different cookies that I've been able to make this year. I've just had so much fun with it. And people have come to me with, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? When they tell me that, they trust my artistic decisions, that just blows me away.
Mm-hmm.
I have just been able to do so many different things. It's been really great.
That's cool.
Project in December for Duke, and that is really heartfelt, and it means a lot. And they're really letting me, make the decisions on those cookies and things. And it's really, been a great project to work on, and it's going to be really cool.
So what is the project?
So they're going to create gift boxes for folks. I'm not sure that I can let that cat out of the bag.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Cool.
yeah. So then the DIY kits are very fun. And
Yeah, we had the DIY kits earlier this year.
yes, you did. Right in the throes of the first round of COVID.
And yes, and my family ate them in 2.3 milliseconds flat, and we had 2 dozen of them.
Yes. Well, you have a lot of people there. It's not like it's just you, your husband, and one little kid.
No, but my husband, I think, was the little kid who was eating most of them.
Oh, well, that should go on his Christmas list then.
It should.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
All right.
We'll talk afterwards. Yeah. But
Okay.
he single-handedly, I think, ate a dozen of your sugar cookies on his own. And his comment was that, a lot of times, you see sugar cookies and they look really pretty, but the flavor doesn't live up to the hype, or the icing and the flavor doesn't live up to the hype. And to me, it was kind of amazing to get a sugar cookie, because that's something that I don't do. Know what you're good at. That's not one of them. And, having the icing and the cookie really taste good was stunning. I probably hurt myself eating sugar cookies.
Oh. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
I know, sorry, but not really sorry at all. Yeah. And I mean, that's the kind of thing, it's been so cool. So you started this business in the midst of COVID, pretty much.
Well, I had made cookies last year for the holidays, and just here and there. I'm not sure what that beeping sound is. I apologize. Anyways, and I decided, if I'm gonna do this and do it well, I need to do it right. And I'm a big believer in doing those things. I know a lot of people, they'll do, things certain ways, but I went ahead and, LLC'd it and all of that stuff and made the decision to do it full time. Not even, of course, I didn't have a crystal ball and know about COVID and what have you. And so I went on to, just get involved in Mardi Gras. And then I do the Mardi Gras cakes for that time of year, the end of January through February. And then Valentine's Day. And, I can't even believe it's Thanksgiving, Haley. This year has just completely flown by. And so it really has just made a name for itself. And I'm just so thrilled. I mean, I people, say the nicest things, and you would think that I would need bigger doors to get out of my house right now, but it's hard for me to, I embrace it. I love it, but it's, I'm not that kind of person that makes my head go big every time I hear it. You know what I mean?
I do know.
Yeah.
That's really cool. No, and I wanted to point out that you've grown your business so substantially over this year, where you were barely baby beginner starting to walk in March when we first talked.
Yes. So then COVID hit, and I got the idea for the DIY cookies. It was not mine. Somebody else was doing it, and I saw it on some Facebook page or whatever, and I thought, hey, I'll try that. Lots of kids around here that, they're going to need some help for the week, right? We all thought it was going to be a week or two or whatever. And then how did he roll it out? I think we were home a month or something like that, So I started making those DIY kits, and people just went bananas. And so I was very thankful, not just for the business, but to be able to help so many people. Really, we're running quickly out of ideas and how to entertain the kids. And really, it's not just a kids entertainment piece. It's for the whole family. And you had to make the best of the time that you were, given. And so to think that somebody was sitting around the table with something that I created, spending some, moments together, that just makes me feel good.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. So what are your favorite cookies to make?
Oh gosh. The harder to decorate cookies, which some people may look at them and say, well, those don't look hard or what have you. But for me, there's a level that I'm trying to get to next. And I like the challenge so much so that when I get a cookie that needs, some for like a Christmas tree, some snow and some balls, I can't seem to come together to put that thing together right. And it makes the easier cookies so hard. I think that's just a growing pain. You do it all one way or the other.
Totally. Yeah, no, I'm laughing because I understand.
Yeah. So I did some cookies in May that to me were just, I looked at those cookies, and again, I'm just not that, I'm not like, oh, you're a rock star. I'm not thinking that to myself all day long. But I looked at those cookies and I was like, I cannot believe I made those. The mom, you remember those, the letters MOM, the detail and the flowers and all of that stuff. To me, they were just beautiful. So anything to showcase any perceived talent that I have is really what I like to do. So, but all in all, I want it to taste good. And that's one of the reasons why I started the company was everybody loves those decorated cookies, but they don't taste well. And especially when you get them from like sheets or whatever, you want a good cookie so bad, and then they taste like the plastic that they were wrapped in. And that's, I want it to not only, it must taste good. If somebody were to ever think that they didn't taste good, I'd be devastated. Just devastated.
Yeah. Cool. So what tips do you have for some small business owners who may like glance by or come wandering by this, you know, as far as, you know, business goes? Because you've had a big year of pivots and growing your business. So what are some like pieces of advice? Because we're in the Women's Entrepreneur Network.
I say, and I heard your last visitor say this too, you know, do whatever it is you want to do and don't wait. Do it now. I mean, I had no idea how this was going to go or where it was going to go. And I am very much a baptism by fire and, you know, ride this thing by the, you know, seat of my pants. But to be where I am today and to have, you know, 2 other businesses that Tesh makes very successful, but then to be, you know, basically completely turned off and become non-essential, where we couldn't even do photography anymore. That was it. You know, it's been a very challenging year. So, but I can tell you it saved me. And so, you know, if you're out there thinking that there's something that you need to do, you need to go do it, because there's a reason why it's staying with you. And there's a reason why it keeps popping up in your mind. I mean, I can honestly say that even though, you know, this year's been very hard, I haven't felt the mental and physical effects of that it could have done. It seemed like, you know, every time we were turned around, we lost a contract because we continued that, you know, that stretch of stage 2 or stage 1 or whatever. So we'd have to cancel contracts with our corporate clients for the photography. But I didn't feel the effects of that because I was so focused on this. I kept my nose to the ground and I just kept working, and it brought me joy. And whereas that could have brought me, you know, really, really down, loss of that, you know, 2020 was going to be a big year for us photography wise. And so I'm so thankful. Listen to my gut. I think the older we get, we need to learn to listen to our gut. And if something keeps, you know, nagging at us, you know, we need to do it because there's a reason.
Totally. Yeah, no. And I think that it's important to have that passion in your business.
Yes.
And to really do the things that you really, 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 really love.
Right. Right. And I let fear get in my way every day, but I don't let it stop me. And it's not fear. The fear is from a perfectionist point of view. And if I just let go of that, but that's never going to go away. That is like in my DNA. You know, I was raised by a perfectionist, and I'm so far from perfect. It's in the work that I do, you know, is so, but you know, it's still worth every minute. It really is still worth every minute of it.
Absolutely.
It pushes me. And I think anybody out there who's afraid to go and do something, you got to stop being afraid. Fear is always going to be there, you know, and what's the opposite of fear? You know, so it's either fear or the opposite.
Absolutely. The only thing to fear is fear itself.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So
I love it. Great advice.
Yeah.
Great.
Yep.
Great stuff. So when you start making cakes again, it'll be in January. So people had better start placing their orders now for January is what I'm hearing.
Woo, I guess, yeah. You know, we'll be going into king cakes we'll be going into king cakes. I know they've canceled Mardi Gras, but they haven't canceled it in your home. So you can still have Mardi Gras in your house. So my king cakes are delish. So
tell me about your king cakes.
I don't think I may have a photo on here I'll look and see if I can find it. My king cakes are filled with butter and cinnamon and pecans. and sometimes jellies. I cannot do cream cheese here in the bakery. Cream cheese has to be certified by the Department of Agriculture to be able to sell it in products. And so I put everything inside my king cakes except cream cheese. So then they're baked until golden brown in the shape of a circle, of a wreath circle, of a ring. I think it's considered a ring. And then it's decorated on the outside with purple, green, and gold sparkles. And it's just so good. But my family's from Louisiana. I'm not from Louisiana, but my family is from Louisiana. And so I just love celebrating, Fat Tuesday and Mardi Gras and all of that stuff. I've actually never been to a Mardi Gras though.
Really?
And the king cakes. Yep. Have you?
I grew up in Rio de Janeiro. So I've been to Carnival.
Every day was Mardi Gras there.
Not precisely, but no. I lived through, experienced Carnival several times growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was definitely
Carnival there. Is that what it's called?
It's called Carnival. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Carnaval.
Okay.
Yep. And I spent a couple of them actually in Rio with my parents, and then other years I would go with my friend up to São Paulo, and we would hang out there in a hotel for a week.
Oh, wow. What an
decamp from Rio and disappear because Rio just goes stark raving mad during Carnival.
I can't imagine.
It's quite an experience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And my mother loved all the gay balls and the parades and the big parties and the dressing up and
right.
Oh, it was quite the experience. My dad used to tell stories about, dancing with some of the world's most beautiful women and then finding out they weren't women.
Oh, it happens to the best of us. What can we say?
Oh, it does. Yeah,
That's so funny.
It was pretty epic. He's like, I was dancing with this amazingly gorgeous woman, and then I found out she wasn't a woman.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Well, hey, it was a good dance anyways.
Yeah, no, it was tons of fun.
Yes.
But Carnival is definitely one of those epic memories that I have from my childhood.
Very cool.
Yeah, my parents moved to the States when I was 11. So I would get practice speaking English all the time. Because while I went to an American school, I wasn't speaking English a lot of the time.
Well, I didn't realize that you were multi-language.
Multilingual.
Yeah, that. Sorry.
Okay, so what is this amazing thing?
So I will share this last but not least. These are hot cocoa bombs, and they are all the rage. And I am making them in my bakery, and I have several flavors right now, and I'm going to have several more that I'm going to announce on Friday after Thanksgiving. And these are hot chocolate inside, wrapped around a shell of chocolate with marshmallows or peppermint or caramel or whatever the flavor is of the hot cocoa bomb. And you take these and you pour hot milk over the top of them, and they start to spin in the cup, and then they burst open and all of that yummy stuff floats up to the top of the cup. And it's just a lot of fun.
I think my senses just exploded.
These are Oreo hot cocoa bombs. So it's white chocolate shell, and it's got Oreos on the inside and some other fun stuff. And they are just delish with really hot milk. And I don't want anybody to get scalded, but it does need to be hot milk, not water. And they're large. They're bigger than pool balls. I was trying to think of what I could compare them to, because I know, I think some large box store sells them during the holidays, and it's like 12 for $16 or something. And mine are much bigger than those, and they're not they're $8 a piece, and they should be, because they're big. They barely fit into a regular size cup. That's why I tell people that they should get a bigger cup, just so that they can enjoy it even more. But yes, these are just so fun, and everybody wants them. And it's going to be a crazy holiday season with the hot cocoa bombs.
Yeah, I've seen you tagged in Networking Women of the Triangle about 20 times for the hot cocoa bombs.
Good. I'm getting calls. That's wonderful.
Yeah. So when do people need to get their orders in by for the hot cocoa bombs or for any of the baked goods? Because I know you said you're shutting off some weeks already.
Yeah. The sooner the better. Yeah, I think probably the sooner the better is going to work for everybody.
So probably by December 1st, you're going to be sold out until Christmas.
I mean, for all intents purposes, yes. But I'll if I can work something in, if somebody calls and has an urgent need, or it's, oh my God, I forgot to get cookies and I was supposed to get cookies. If I can do it, I will. But I'm gonna have to, say no, even though that's terribly hard for me to do. Terribly hard. I'm gonna be working all night tonight and all day tomorrow because I don't know how to say no. So
I understand.
I've been working since, I don't know, the beginning of November without a break. So I, it's just so busy, and it's wonderful. And I'm so thankful for each and every one.
That's awesome. Yeah. So what I'd like to do right now is I'd like to blow up the cocoa bombs. If you want to tell people a little bit more about some of your stuff, you may. If not, you don't have to. I need to take a really quick break, and I will be back and introduce our next guest.
Okay. Well, I am looking really forward to all of the delicious hot cocoa bomb flavors that we're going to be launching on the Friday after Thanksgiving. So go on to Micah's Sweets and Treats on Facebook or on Instagram, and you will be in the know for all of the delicious, different types of hot cocoa bombs that I'm going to be offering. And I'm actually going to be offering a 12 Days of Christmas box as well. So be on the lookout for all of them. And I thank you so much, Haley, for allowing me to be on here today. Thank you, guys. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, everybody. I am back. Hey, Jesse.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. So glad to have you here. And thank you guys for letting me have a quick break. It is crazy trying to do the transitions here between people and doing a live for 5 hours straight.
Quite a long time to be sitting in front of the camera.
It is quite a long time to be sitting in front of the camera. So tell me a little bit about what it is that you do.
Well, I have a handmade bath and body business. I make all types of handmade products. I do wholesale, and what I focus on right at this moment is I've got several monthly boxes that I do. This particular one is the shower box. I've got a spa box. If you don't want a mix and match, I've got just soap box or just a candle. You get 2 soaps if you get the soap box, 1 candle for the candle box, and then a bath bomb box where you get 5 different bath bombs. And this is a monthly subscription. So every month, without having to worry about it, you'll get a new box around the same time of the month.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. So what kinds of
I do
smells?
have some of the, go ahead.
So what kind of smells, flavors, fragrances, or, you know?
Oh, a whole bunch of stuff. I do have what I did for my November box. It's some shower steamers. These shower steamers are ginger snap and pumpkin. Some fall fragrance scents. Some bath melts. Did them in the shape of different types of leaves, and these are a cinnamon chai. I've got peppermint. There's some pumpkin pie soap. Bath fizzy. I've got berry here. Some candles. This one is like a calming. It's got essential oils with lavender, geranium, ylang ylang. So I've got all kinds of scents, all kinds of products that I do.
Oh yeah.
And each month, if you do the spa or the shower, you've got some type of goodie surprise that might be something you want to think to buy, like the bath melts. I had a clay mask for the November one, along with a bowl and spatula to mix it up.
Oh, interesting. Very cool.
Thank
So do you guys make all of the soaps and bodywork stuff there?
Yes, I make everything myself.
Oh, cool.
And I also do wholesale.
Okay, cool. So what brought you into this business?
I've pretty much done crafts and done craft shows since I was a teenager. I always loved crafts, and when I decided to try and make a living off of it, I wanted something that was consumable, that people enjoyed using, that could be used up, and they'd be coming back looking for more, something that wasn't always the same, that I could continuously switching things up, and something that was going to be beneficial. And homemade bath and body products are a lot more beneficial than what you can get at the store. I don't know if you know, but most of the store-bought soaps aren't actually classified as soap. They are detergents. Homemade stuff, you've got a lot more skin nourishing products, a ton of different butters, oils, things that are actually going to help keep your skin moisturized and healthy. And with the homemade soap, store-bought detergents actually strip the oils that your skin needs off, and so you end up needing a lot of lotion and stuff. With the homemade soaps, that helps to keep some of the good oils, beneficial oils on, so you actually don't need it as much. And then if you do need moisturizer, the lotions that I have, the main ones are body butter or bar lotion. These are all butter oil mixtures. They don't have any water, so the water actually will dry your skin out. Because these don't have water, it's actually much more moisturizing than what you can get at the store.
Interesting. So basically the moisturizing from the homemade soaps are much more likely to keep the moisture in your skin as opposed to stripping it all out.
Yep. After I started making and using my own, I found I didn't even need moisturizer most of the time.
Interesting. Yep. So how long have you been doing this?
I started the business about 3 years ago, making the soaps and stuff, and then I just sent out my 3rd box for the subscription. Before this year, most of what I did was at craft shows, so in person. So with COVID, all the craft shows are closed, so trying to pivot and get more online and get a more consistent monthly payment plan.
Exactly. So Tell me about the different subscription boxes that you offer.
The main one that I have is a spa subscription. It's the most expensive. It's $47.97. That includes shipping and everything with it. You'll get 6 to 10 products every month. I try and include at least one soap and at least 2 to 3 products that you can add into the bath, at least one of which is a bath bomb. And then sometimes I'll add more bath additives or a shower steamer or something like a clay mask, sugar scrub, something that you don't need to be in the bath, because who takes a bath every day? Most people take showers every day. And then some people don't even bother with baths, it's all showers, but there's really nothing geared towards the showers for a subscription product like this. So I created a shower box, and the shower box is $27.97 a month. Again, it includes shipping. And with the shower box, you get one soap, 8 to 10 shower steamers, and then anywhere from 1 to 3 additional products. Not stuff that you would add to a bath, but like a clay mask, sugar scrub, maybe some more soaps, candles I'll add in sometimes. And then if you don't want the mix and match, I've got just a soap box, and with that, every month you get 2 different types of soap, and that one is $16.95 a month. And each month it's got different scents that try and go along with the season. Like for November, I had pumpkin pie and a gingerbread soap. For Christmas, probably be like a peppermint bark and something else Christmassy.
Right.
I got a Christmas spice one that I might add in to that.
Yep, totally.
And then another box is my monthly candle, and that's $17.97. And with that, you get one candle that's 6 to 8 ounces a piece. I've got a couple of candles here that you can see. It's white, or I've got some swirls, some colors.
How much are the candle boxes again?
It's $17.97, and again, shipping is included, so you don't need to worry about extra for shipping. And sometimes I'll give a different, like a mason jar or something a little fancier, but the candle's always between 6 and 8 ounces.
Cool. Where are you located?
Vegas.
In Vegas. Okay, cool.
And then the 5th box is a bath bomb box, because I know some people really love bath bombs, and this one I just added in, but you'll get 5 bath bombs a month, different scents. It's $25.97 per month. Again, shipping is included. And I do have a few bath bombs here. You can see this. Some that's different colors, some are solid, some have stripes, different scents. When I can, I'll do different shapes as well. And they're all between 3 and 5 ounces each, and you'll get 5 every month with that.
That's
and then with any of the subscription boxes, if you pay up front for, I've got a 3, a 6, or a 12-month, you will get a discount. And with the 12-month, you actually pay for 11 boxes and you get the 12th for free. So that's the best deal there.
pretty cool. So how do people get in touch with you?
They can Facebook search Sakara Homestead. I've got a Facebook group. I'm on Instagram. Or they can email me at jessie@sakarahomestead.com. If they want to order, they can go to sakarahomestead.cratejoy.com.
sakarahomestead.cratejoy.com.
Yeah.
Pop that in there.
That's great.
So it's this, and I will show it across the bottom of the screen. So what is your favorite product?
Oh, that changes periodically. Right now, I've really been getting into the candles. That's one thing I love about my business is the fact that there's so many different types of products that I can make. And so if I start getting tired of one, I don't have to go and create a whole new brand. I can just switch to another one. I've been getting into the candles and the bath bombs a lot lately. I also really like my body butter, which I don't think I mentioned that, but it's just a tub and it's whipped butters. It's a lot thicker, very nourishing. It's basically just shea, mango, and cocoa butter, and then it's got a little sweet almond oil I'll usually put in, or sometimes I'll use a olive oil, just a softer oil to help whip it up a little bit. And then since this particular one is a oatmeal milk and honey, sometimes I'll use a non-deodorized cocoa butter, which will give it a nice chocolate scent without adding any extra fragrance oils.
Interesting. Very cool. So tell me what a shower steamer is. I've never heard of one of those.
A shower steamer, it's very similar to a bath bomb, and it's a lot smaller. It doesn't have the skin nourishing qualities to it, but it's got a lot more fragrance or essential oils and then some menthol crystals. And when you hop into the shower, you'll just stick that on the bottom of the shower where it can get wet, but it's not in direct line of the water. And then as it starts to dissolve, the fragrance will just fill the shower and you've just got this wonderful scent around you. And it makes it a lot more enjoyable. And then if you're a little stuffed up, there's certain scents like Refresh. It's got peppermint, eucalyptus, and tea tree, along with a higher menthol that will actually help you to clear out your sinuses.
Cool.
Or you can use a more calming one like lavender, and that will help you to relax a little bit more if you like showers in the evening before bed.
Yep. Very cool. So let me get this to show up on the screen. I just checked the spelling to make sure I had it right because I didn't have the spelling quite right before, so I deleted it and reposted it. You know, what is your, you know, like reason like for doing this business? Like a lot of people have like a reason that they got into their business. So what was yours?
I'd say my main reason is my daughter. I don't want to have to be going off to work and leaving her alone with strangers or anything. I want something that I can do from home and something that I can include her in. And having a craft business is great for that. She's only 5 years old, and yet she's still already starting to help me with placing stickers, using my wire cutter to help cut the soaps, mixing some of the stuff. And then the fact that it's something that can be beneficial, that more people can get joy out of, is just an added bonus to me.
That's really cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I love this whole thing, you know, like with entrepreneurs and getting out there and doing the things you love so that you can do the things you need to do, which is taking care of our children, taking care of our parents.
Yep.
Those are important.
Yes, they are. They're very important. If you can't take care of your family, is anything else really worth it?
That's a good question, right? And I think that that's something that factors a lot into businesses for women. You know, in general, that's part of the reason that a lot of women get into businesses, that taking care of their families.
Yeah.
I mean, I know for me it has been. It started as a passion to help take care of others with my dad. But then part of the reason I do what I do now with Women's Entrepreneur Network is because I had to find a way to take care of my family with my daughter being quite the challenge.
Yeah. And one of the nice things about the entrepreneur is the fact that you can have more control over your time. So when you need to take a step back to concentrate on your family, you can do that. When your family is going good, you can spend a little more time with your business.
Absolutely. So what are your favorite soaps and soap magic ingredients that people use that you're like, this is so important in a soap?
For the soap, I think the biggest thing is more the ratio than the actual products in it. You need to make sure that one of the main ingredients is sodium hydroxide. You need to make sure that you've got enough oils in it to make sure that the soap doesn't is nice and moisturizing. As far as the individual products in the soaps, olive oil is a great oil in the soap itself. For fragrances, I really love an oatmeal milk and honey, as well as what's called a blueberry thyme, and both wonderful fragrances. A little sweet, but not too sweet. Great for men, women, children, everything. For a lot of the other products, one of the biggest things, especially if it's a leave-on product or if it's going to be nourishing your skin, I really like adding mango butter into it. It's kind of halfway between a shea butter and a cocoa butter, so it's not as hard as a cocoa, but it's not as soft as shea or as temperamental as shea, and it makes for a really smooth, silky feel.
What makes shea butter temperamental?
With a lot of these products, you need to heat the oils up, and shea, if you don't heat it correctly, it can get gritty when it cools, and so you're left with the gritty product.
Oh, so it basically seizes.
It doesn't really seize too much. As it's cooling, it doesn't harden as well as the other ones. It will leave portions that are harder and portions that are softer.
Interesting. Fascinating. And that's why we pay you to do the soap making, because the rest of us have probably turned things into gritty blobs.
Yeah, there's a lot of chemistry involved, especially with the soaps more so than others. There's a chemical reaction that goes into them, and so you need to know that reaction so you know what you can add, what you can't add. With the soaps, with some fragrances, you do have the soap seize, and then you got what we call a soap on a stick, which is just this blob of soap that may or may not be safe to use. Other products, if you don't do it right, they won't feel very good. You'll have the grittiness that I was talking about with the shea. Bath bombs are a very temperamental product. If you don't have the right moisture, either they'll start to activate as they're drying, and then they won't activate in the bath, or they won't have enough moisture, and then they'll crumble apart. And that's when I do bath fizzies, like I was mentioning, sometimes that's what it is I didn't add enough moisture to the bath bomb, and so it won't hold together.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yep.
I've done that.
With the candles, waxes can be very temperamental, and if you don't know what you're doing with those and you pour them at the wrong temperature, you can end up with basically pit holes in your candle and looks like crap.
Pit holes, like it'll make like
little caves. It won't be nice and smooth. Like, you can see how this is pretty smooth. With some waxes, you might have like a hole like that in it.
Oh, interesting. And horrifying at the same time.
It doesn't do anything to the candle, but it also doesn't look as pretty.
Right. It makes it hard to sell because it doesn't look pretty.
Yep. Nobody wants a candle with a hole in it.
No. Got it. Yeah, that makes total sense. So what is like the all-time favorite like thing that you've ever made?
That's really hard to say, because one thing about me is I don't like sticking with one thing very long. So my all-time favorite is usually whatever is new.
Mm-hmm.
So when I first started, that was the soap. I really enjoyed the soap because that's something I never did before. Right now, I'd say it's more the bath bombs because I'm really just getting into making bath bombs in the past couple of months. And I like the challenge that that presents in trying to get the right consistency for a good bath bomb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how many times did you have to try before you got the right consistency with a bath bomb?
Oh, every time I try is still a new trial. Even now I've made probably 100 batches, and sometimes I get it good, sometimes I don't. Like the shower steamers, that shower steamer is basically the same as a bath bomb. It's got the same challenges. You gotta have the right consistency and everything. And I just made a bunch of shower steamers for my November box, and as I was packaging them up, I realized some of them didn't have enough moisture and are not holding together correctly.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I need to go and do a whole bunch of new ones for my box.
Yeah, that's I mean that's part of the highlighting, you know, why you order from somebody else who's done 100 or 200 or 500 batches.
Yep, someone who has the experience and knows what they're doing.
Yep. Yeah, so what can happen, like, you know, obviously with soap, it can be really unsafe to use if you don't know what you're doing. So can you explain a little bit about what can make it really unsafe? You know, if you buy soap from somebody who doesn't know, you know, what they're doing.
The soap, if that, you've got a couple different kinds of soap that you can make. Some people stick with the melt and pour, which is you buy a base from the store, cut it down, add some color and some fragrance, and that's fine. But if they get into the actual old-fashioned type of soap, one of the main ingredients in that is sodium hydroxide, which if you do it correctly, there's none left over in the soap itself, but it's a very dangerous chemical to use. It's what's used to unclog sinks and toilets and stuff.
It's very caustic.
Yes.
And you can end up with chemical burns.
Yes. And if you have someone that doesn't know what they're doing while using that, you can have a soap that burns you, which is one reason why people didn't like the old-fashioned soap, is the measurements weren't as exact and they were using some sodium hydroxide that didn't necessarily have the same chemical each time. And so you would oftentimes have some left over in the soap and it burns.
Yeah.
And then with any product, if you add certain types, like cinnamon is a skin irritant, and yet you'll have people adding it into the products that are to be used all over the body, which can cause irritation.
Yeah, I saw that on a YouTube tutorial. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Peppermint, if you don't, you can use peppermint, but if you don't use it correctly in some of the stuff, like a bath bomb, if you put too much in it, that can really be irritant, especially to women's parts.
Yeah.
Others,
you can burn yourself pretty good with it.
Oh yeah, if you use too much. Other products, the main thing is making sure that you're using a safe ratio. Like fragrances all have safe ratios of how much you can use depending on what type of product. If you're not familiar on how to look that up and how to figure that out, you can create a product that has too much fragrance in it that can be harmful to the skin. And some people don't know. They just, oh, this smells good, let's add it to this. And they end up adding too much, and then it can cause a burn. other fragrances are safe to use in certain products, but not safe to use in other products. Like candles, they've got a whole range of products that are not fragrances that are not skin safe. So if you go and try to add a candle fragrance into a soap, well, maybe that doesn't do anything, maybe it does. And that's going to be your fault for not actually doing the research on that particular fragrance and making sure it's safe to use.
Yeah, and that's important, is to know what you're using is safe.
Yep.
And that's part of why I wanted to highlight it, because we made soap one time in elementary school, and lo and behold, it was caustic. The sodium hydroxide was not used up, and a couple people ended up with chemical burns.
Yeah, that can very easily happen.
Yeah, that can be a big deal.
And then with soap, because there's a bigger chemical reaction in the soap itself, there's certain fragrances that can cause the soap to seize, and then it doesn't go through the chemical reaction it's supposed to, and may not be safe to use, even if all the sodium hydroxide has been used up. Or if you allow the soap to heat up too much after it's been put in a mold, which can happen when you've got log molds and certain fragrances and it's hot out already, you can get what's called a volcano, and the soap will just start basically volcanoing, continue to build and spill over, and can cause heat burns to the person making it if they try to fix it and they're not prepared.
Wow. So lots of kind of interesting things to know about the whole like soap and bath and all the other products, and why it's important to use the right products at the right times for the right people.
Yep. And then another thing is, if you use make anything with water besides soap, and bath bombs, the water evaporates, so that's not a problem. But if you use anything with water, like a water-based lotion, you need to be careful about bacteria building up, and so you need to use a preservative. And I don't do any of that, so I'm not familiar with the preservatives, but you've got to have the exact correct ratio. It's best if you send that out to a lab to make sure that it's safe and it's not building any bacteria up. And it's a whole big thing with that.
Yeah, that would strike me as like a whole other like Pandora's box that you would open up.
Yeah, that's why I do clay masks, but my clay masks I just do the dry clay mask, and then they can mix it up themselves. That's one of the reasons, is so that I don't have to worry about the preservative, because the dry is not going to grow bacteria. But if I were to put the water in this so that it's ready to use, then need to worry about preservative and making sure that the bacteria can't grow and all that stuff.
Interesting. I guess that's really important to know, is like, okay, so where are you buying it from, and what are their production capabilities and testing capabilities and preservatives and whatnot.
Yep. Always need to be careful and make sure that the person selling it is following safe standards and using what they need and have actually done their research.
Totally. I love it. So show me off a few more of your products again, and we'll do that kind of on the way out. Show off the soaps and the bath bombs and the candles and stuff.
Well,
and hold them up so people can see them. So this is the soap.
This is pumpkin pie soap. And this one is made with coconut oil, olive oil, palm oil. This is a lard-based soap. It's floral scent.
Oh, that's really pretty.
Thank you. It's one that I was just playing with. It's the only lard soap that I've made. Here's another type of soap. This one is with blueberry thyme. And this one is actually a triple butter soap. I've used shea, mango, and cocoa butter in this soap, so it's more moisturizing. one thing that I haven't really mentioned too much, but this is a bar lotion, and it's basically just like a big lip balm. You just roll it up and rub it on. Very easy to carry. It's some beeswax to keep its shape, and then mango butter, coconut oil, and fragrance, and some colorant in it.
Amazing.
I also do lip balms, just regular lip balms like this. This one is an apple cinnamon, and it's basically the same thing as the bar lotion, except I add a little sweet almond oil for a softer bar for the lips. I did show you the body butter. Let's see, what else do I have here? There's another things, bath salts, different colors, different fragrances. This one is a blueberry thyme. I've actually got an order for a peppermint and peppermint, lavender, and a couple other fragrances. Bath fizzies. And then just some of the bath bombs I've been working on. I've got some speckled ones here.
Oh,
Purple with speckled. Thought that was really neat when I was able to do that. Just some plain color here. I've got a few that have stripes. This one's got a purple and yellow stripe.
that one looks kind of like Jupiter.
Yeah, and then this one's my earth one. It's blue and some green in it.
That's pretty.
Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you. I love your products.
Thank you.
I bet they smell amazing and they work wonderfully. So y'all, please check out Jessie's website, sarkarhomestead.createjoy.com, and yeah, make a purchase. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been awesome. Thank you so much. And up next, we've got Kara Crosswhite-Brindle, and thank you for joining me today. I appreciate it.
I was happy to be on.
It's been fun. Thank you. Hey there.
Hey, Haley.
How's it going?
Good. I just loved watching all the bath bombs and stuff. That was
I'm
fun.
like, I need one of those, and I need one of those.
And
I
I
need
think they smell
3
good.
of those, and they look like they smell amazing.
Right.
So let me swap out that banner. So what is your website?
Perfectioner.com is the one that's going to have the most content for everybody.
Got it. I'm going to pop that up here for just a second.
Awesome.
Ta-da!
You're such a pro at this. I just watch you like work and do all your things. It's awesome.
It helps that I can type fast.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
Not everything, works quite exactly like it should, but if you can type fast, you can hide a lot. So yeah, welcome, Kara. I am so glad to have you here this afternoon because this is a really awesome gift idea for our entrepreneurs, because tell people a little bit about what you do and how it is that you do it and what it is that you have.
Yeah, so I think I agree. I think it's the perfect time of year for people to start thinking about gifts. And then, for a lot of people, they're starting to take inventory of 2020 and what they want 2021 to look like. So for anyone who's watching today who feels like their work-life balance is not quite in balance, this book and kind of the concepts behind it are all about that. So I'm a mental health therapist, so that definitely shows up in this work of how to have people go from workaholic to well-balanced, which is what this book is. And just recognized over the years that people were telling me I feel like I'm burning out while I'm still in grad school. I feel like I don't have any time for family. So my own journey as a therapist, ironically enough, is in my first 10 years as a therapist, I was burnt out. And so not only was I trying to teach people self-care, I wasn't doing it myself. And I am the self-described workaholic. And so the American culture, you and I've talked about, Haley, obviously kind of celebrates workaholism, but now we're seeing COVID as an example of reevaluating. So the book itself, this little blue guy here, whoops, get my orientation correctly, is a really fast read. It's got 20 skills. It talks about my story of going through burnout myself and then moving into skills that work for busy entrepreneurs. because if you're like me, and I saw your self-care post last night, Haley, like we got to make time for it, but we almost need to take it in chunks. We can't take big chunks of time where it's like 4 hours a vacation. It's just a lot to ask of driven entrepreneurs. And so these skills are little succinct bits that they can apply right away and hopefully see a difference.
Yeah. I always kind of giggle because I mean, obviously I have 4 kids. I've been a mom since 98. And my oldest spent 2 months in the hospital after she was born because she was a preemie. So let me just say, when I see all of I start my day with yoga and meditation and all of those kinds of things, I laugh hysterically. And I'm like, oh, that is so not me.
Yeah. Right there with you. It's not easy. We have to find what works for us. And some of those things aren't going to work for every single person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I see it with a lot of friends, that they're able to maintain all of those wonderful self-care practices in their businesses. And then they have kids.
Yeah. That changes everything, right?
Or they start.
I don't have children.
Or, the parents happen or whatever. Life happens. And then suddenly all of the self-care and all of this perfectionista and all of this stuff just collides in this almost like Big Bang Theory kind of explosion.
Mm-hmm. You got to dig yourself back out, or almost what I hear from a lot of parents is they have to reinvent their self-care. And this is true for COVID also. I think the things people used to do aren't always an option, which is something I've been talking a lot about this year. And so now it's more about like concepts of what feels restful and what feels restorative. And so hopefully this book's going to resonate with a lot of people who are doing that work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for us, it's been like a huge process of discovery because gyms were closed for forever. Mm-hmm. So my husband and I were out walking every night, which has been a great practice. But now we're having to shift that because it's dark outside early.
Right.
And we're finding different ways to shift it so that we can either go walking after dark safely in our downtown area here in downtown Cary, which is a really cute area, or we're shifting it and going out during the middle of the day. But it's definitely finding ways to reinvent and redo it. But, just finding a swimming pool that's safe to swim in now that the bubbles are going up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely been a hard week, I think, of people just being like, man, how do we get through winter and do this correctly? Because here in Denver, it's starting to get cold, but not every day. There was a day of 75 degrees. So that's when we're all outside doing our walks. But I'm seeing a lot of people searching for personal exercise equipment to put in their houses if they're so lucky. So it's been an interesting shift, as you're saying, like, what can we do that's creative and still have that movement that helps our mental health? Absolutely.
Right. And my husband's not comfortable swimming at the pool he's been at for years with the bubble on because the air is not filtered as well as it could be. So, he's concerned about, okay, it's hot, it's humid, and I'm breathing hard for an hour.
Right. Optimal for spreading potentially there. I could see why he's nervous.
Yeah. So, fortunately our weather is not as cold as yours, but they're finding ways. There's a couple of other indoor pools with better air filtration systems. And one of the Ys has their pool still outdoors and the water is heated.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm.
So it may be 32 degrees outside, but it's like, being in Colorado.
Yeah.
And, you make that sprint into the water and then you're fine.
Right. I think a lot of people have done outdoor spaces for that reason. And also, I've just seen a lot of people get like walking desks so they can still do their work, but have movement. And so I love that part of the creative process, that people aren't feeling completely defeated. They're just pivoting and saying, this is still important. How do I do it differently?
Right. So why don't you tell me a little bit about your journey through burnout? Because I know you're walking the walk and talking the talk because you've done it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a work in progress. I wouldn't say I've mastered it just yet, especially because COVID's pushing all of our buttons.
Absolutely. Right.
But for me, the journey was, and I think this is true for so many entrepreneurs that are called to help. So those helping professionals, that could be everything from those who are doing service work to, people who have a product that's supposed to help people in any form. So I feel like a lot of this audience. And what I noticed about myself is that I had these inner statements saying, I'm only as good as what I do. My worth is wrapped up in what I do. And so lo and behold, like a lot of us who are helpers, you start to burn the candle at both ends, because I started working 60-hour work weeks and driving all over town to do therapy with people, holding their trauma. And so what's embarrassing to admit is, even though I knew the signs of like chronic fatigue, I didn't really put it together that I was going into burnout. It was like a bunch of things that once it was strung together, it made this bigger picture of like, oh no, I'm in it.
Right.
But I didn't really know until I went and did some of my own work. Went to a training over on the west side of town, and this beautiful location where they had a bunch of nurses and therapists and doctors working on themselves. And it was intense. But I walked away from that going, okay, I can officially confirm that I'm in burnout. And now I have some ideas of what to do about that. But in the journey itself, it was everything from medical stuff of like losing my hair, having eczema outbreaks, having really puffy face, things like that. And then I got diagnosed with an autoimmune condition. And I think there's a huge correlation between helping professionals who are taking in other people's stress and having an autoimmune condition show up. So that's another book in the making, probably, is to talk about that. But really the icing on the cake, if you will, was my spouse. He's very accommodating, very supportive. And one day he looked at me and he's like, hey, when are you going to change your schedule? I only see you 1 hour a night. And I was like, what? And this, mind you, I'm eating dinner at like 9 o'clock at night, shoving my face. And he tells me this. And he's like, I'd really like to see you more. And that was like a huge weight on my chest, because he's just so easygoing. I knew that if he was going to voice it, it had been happening for a while. So for a lot of us helpers, if we don't do it for ourselves, we do it for others. Yes. So in this case, it was my husband, and started to do the work, got a phenomenal business coach, got a wellness coach who both said, yep, self-care is not easy. Let's figure out what works. And then started paying attention to what worked for my clients. And lo and behold, this book is that culmination of my journey and things that I found that did work.
Yeah. And I think that this is, probably the best year to be doing that.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see people actually embrace that, for better or worse. Of like, oh, I have the space, or I have a little bit more of the mental energy, and now I'm forced to do the work. I mean, I had clients who were saying, I'm in my head a lot more because I don't have as many things going on to distract me, especially if they're technology, they're burning out on that.
Right. No, and I agree, because as soon as COVID started shutting stuff down, I had 3 of my kids at home, and we're doing online school for all 3.
Wow.
7th grade, 11th grade, and college. And then I had clients who went off into distress mode.
Yeah.
And some clients buried themselves and wouldn't communicate with me. And other clients are like, okay, what do we have to do? And so the clients who were willing to talk to me, I'm out there with my cape, my superhero cape, because that's what I do. And I'm like, okay, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to set these things up, and we're going to stand on our head, we're going to click our heels, and we're going to make some money, and we're going to do it, and we're going to find a way to make this pivot and this transition.
Right.
And I went from working, relatively egregious 12-hour days to working 16 and 18-hour days.
Yeah.
And it was crazy there for a bit.
Oh, yeah. And I think, it's so interesting because people were worried that people were going to be less productive at home. But your story is the story I hear day in, day out, which is like, okay, I don't have work-life separation to the same degree. So now I'm working 18-hour days. I'm quote unquote more productive because I don't have the breaks, the commute, the time between. So for those, I guess, employers out there that are panicking that their employees aren't doing good work, they're doing more work now than ever because they're at home.
Yeah, my husband's employer actually has made them take days off.
Yep. Good for them. They should.
He works in IT, he works in high tech, and yeah, they've made people take time off to, have that time away from the office, because of course your house has suddenly become your office. And I've seen it repeatedly, employers are concerned because their employee productivity has suddenly skyrocketed.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, when's that going to crash, or when's that going to shift again? And it's just so funny because I'm sitting here thinking about the audience here of like, just, we all tend to work hard, play hard, right? So like a lot of us will put a lot into our business and then maybe take a vacation if that's something we want to do. And so many of us haven't been able to do that this year. So it's been interesting to see how people are celebrating being in nature or doing something close to home. And we're about to see that creativity again when it comes to the holidays. Because I don't know about your state, but our state just went into another pretty close to lockdown, as close they can get without calling it. And so it's like, oh, I guess we're gonna have to change our plans. And that means some people are gonna work through the holidays, which might mean they don't even take the break they need.
Right. That they would normally take to rest, to take care of themselves, to, to focus on their own self-care and do those things.
Exactly.
So what are the top questions that people should ask about self-care?
Well, I usually have people think about what comes to mind first. Sorry, getting all hoarse here. And so, what comes to mind first for so many people, depending on their privilege and their, financial standing, is things like massages and pedicures and vacations. And so something you've heard me talk about before, Haley, is redefining that as asking about rest versus restoration. So what makes you feel rested is going to be different answers than the question, what makes you feel restored? And when I ask it that way, all of a sudden we have something else we can work with, because it's not these extravagant things. It's, things that might actually be reachable, doable right now: dancing, cooking, being outside, being around family to some degree, being with your pets. So that gives people hope. And so I think even just asking ourselves, what does self-care look like, is going to be a place to start to say, is it even doable right now? And if not, how do we shift that?
Right. Yeah. Because if we're on lockdown, getting your hair cut's not going to be a thing.
Yeah. Or it's not going to feel relaxing. If nothing else, you're going to be like, ooh, like, get it done fast. And like, why do it at all if it's not enjoyable? Obviously we have to look presentable, but
right.
It's not as relaxing.
No, definitely not. And forget pedicures and manicures and
Yeah.
all of that. Yeah. And we're expecting to go back on, to stage 2 here in North Carolina, like any minute.
Yeah. I think a lot of people will follow suit between the two holidays, is my guess. And so, that's one question I get a lot, but also, I think normalizing some things around how much time to put towards self-care, right? Again, people think it's this long, drawn out thing you have to plan ahead for, and it doesn't have to look like that. It can be going outside for a 5-minute walk. It can really change the mood, as you know, from walking with your husband. It can be, listening to an audiobook or reading a book for fun. It can be taking a break to, do a puzzle, which I rediscovered through COVID, of like something that feels mindful without feeling draining. So a jigsaw puzzle that you're doing. So just encouraging people to unlock some of those joyful things maybe they did in childhood, even like Legos skyrocketed sales during this time. Lego is just popular no matter what, but it definitely went up.
Yeah, my husband's been doing a lot of Sudoku and crossword puzzles.
Exactly. See, he knows what to do. Exactly.
He does. He's really much better at self-care than I am.
There's got to be one usually in the relationship who's like, all right, take a break. You're working again. Come hang out. Come do something else.
Are you coming walking tonight?
Yeah. Like hold you accountable.
And he does it so gently. It's like, here, let me pry you out of your chair.
Right. It's the only way they can do it. Otherwise, we're going to like dig our heels in and get stubborn about it. So self-care, it doesn't have to, be extraneous, but it also doesn't always feel easy. So sometimes it is that accountability person saying, let's go. Did you do your walk today?
Yeah. Did you do it? Yeah. So tell me, you've got 3 books back there. What are all 3 of them?
Yeah, so the little guy is the original book that came out in June, and then the green one is in Spanish. So I had a lot of supporters who were like, this is an amazing book. There's a lot of heart behind it. Why is it not in Spanish? And I don't speak Spanish, so I was like, I don't know what to do. And so one of my best colleagues, who was a real champion of the book, said, let's have you translate it, have someone professionally do that. And then he went through and made sure it still had its authentic voice, because that was most important to me, is that the concepts were still there. And then the big guy is actually the one people will find a digital copy of through perfectioner.com, which I know you posted here a minute ago. And that is a workbook. So if they read the first book and go, yep, this resonates, this is me, I want to work on this, then the workbook gives them the 20 skills at a deeper level to do the deeper work. So they can actually work on themselves, not just think about it.
Right. No, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so there's those. There's an audiobook coming out any day now. There's a lot of people doing self-publishing, so they're telling us they're a little bogged down, which is a fun experience. And then, through perfectioner.com, people are now getting access to the masterclass, and I'm launching a Perfectioner Pointers in January, which means people who take the work balance concepts to heart, now they have self-care strategies, now they're hearing from other professionals, and now they're getting professionals telling them different pointers on how to grow their business, different areas. So it's been a lot of fun.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
So what are like your best, like 1 or 2 tips you can give people for work-life balance, especially as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, the one that keeps coming up, actually, the first one that comes to mind is to go lean on your lists. Since I know you've heard me talk about this before, but I actually had people reach out to me privately and say, hey, that came back to mind when I was working on a project, because they were just trying to pile it on here by the end of the year. I don't know if you're feeling that, but it feels like everyone's cramming stuff in before the holidays, just in case people take some time. And so I had someone reach out to me by email saying, oh, I had this person who wants me to do a project. I'm feeling really overwhelmed. Well, let me ask them what the priorities are. And so that's just like in our book where we talk about identify your top 10 priorities, and that's it. You don't get to do anything else. You don't get to add a project. You don't get to add a distraction. Like, this is your focus, and everything else gets a no answer until one of those is done. So even though it gives people who are driven entrepreneurs anxiety, myself included, once I actually did that, I was much more focused and productive than ever, because I didn't have all these interruptions saying, oh, here, take some of my time. It's these 10 things and that's it. So if people want to try that, it's really just a mental exercise of writing some of them down, circling your top 10, and then saying permission to not focus on any others, which is kind of liberating, actually.
Yeah, it sounds tremendously liberating to take things off your plate and have permission to not do them.
Yeah. And then say, for those of you who have a lot of anxiety, just hearing that, you can come back to that list, right? You can reference and add something back in once something's off the list as complete.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is one of the mantras that I live by in business, period, is focusing on 1 or 2 things at a time rather than trying to be everything to everybody all the time, doing all the things.
Oh, yeah, because something's got to give, right? Like, we can multitask, but can we do it well? It's up for discussion.
Well, I mean, the human brain on multitasking, I mean, there's a lot of studies that basically show we do not multitask at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
We kind of multitask like a computer does.
Right. And I think to the point of these 10 things, it's the idea that we have a lot of creative entrepreneurs that have lots of ideas, right? I get some of my best ideas at 4 and 5 in the morning for whatever reason. But that doesn't mean I have to start the project right now, right? That you can put it in a notebook, you can put it in, a file on your computer, but to add to our plates when something's already in motion takes that energy away. And that's not helpful.
Right. Totally.
Yeah. So that would be one. Sorry, Haley.
Yeah, it's all good.
Dry air here in Denver.
And it's allergy season here, killing me.
Yeah. The second one is movement, which we already talked about. Like, very simply getting up and stretching. A lot of us are sitting doing video calls like this. I think for so many entrepreneurs, it's really going to get the juices flowing if they just move their body. And that can be taking a walk. That can be a power pose. That can be stretching. It doesn't even have to be more than 2 minutes. Exactly. Like, just 2 minutes of whichever power pose you like.
I'm just dying laughing because my kids will T-pose each other.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 of them came home yesterday. So there's a lot of T-posing going on at the moment.
Fair enough.
As they try to play dominant scaves to figure out the order.
Nice. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be, again, extravagant. I hope that people are hearing that again and again.
Doing it. I'm behind my computer.
It's like, yes, we can all do it together. Everyone on time. That's awesome.
I'm just dying laughing. My most shy child comes up behind the computer and does that.
Nice.
Yes, the one who had the gong for the summit. Yeah, no, I really, appreciate, the tips because, people, I mean, honestly, right now, we need sanity and balance in our lives so we don't burn out, because this is not going away anytime soon.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think, a lot of us are feeling the pandemic fatigue, which they're now coining as an actual phrase, which will look like something in between a depressive episode and dysthymia, which is a 2-year-long minimum depression. So I think there's going to be some shifts in how we conceptualize what's happening to us. And from the mental health lens, there's probably going to be a new diagnosis of some kind. Like, what's the long lasting effect of this? So it's just with that in mind, I want everyone to feel like they have some things they can do for themselves, because you're absolutely right. It's not done yet. And so we need to stay strong, for lack of a better word.
Well, and I mean, I saw it with my younger daughter at college, because they were out partying last weekend and they were out Friday night, and teenagers partying, big surprise right there. But they know what the consequences potentially are. But I think that there's so much fatigue around it. They found out that one of the kids was diagnosed as COVID positive. And then most, but not all of the kids were out having a party with that same COVID positive kid on Saturday night. And I think it's that COVID burnout happening again. I mean, doesn't make it right, doesn't make it good or anything else, but it definitely, it's a thing, where you can see these youngsters are like, well, okay, we've been cooped up for 6 months. Obviously that hasn't fixed it. So what do I care?
Right. Almost like, how do I live my life and still live a life, versus feel like everything's shut down permanently. And you're absolutely right. I think I've noticed that too, of like people feeling this kind of stubbornness of like, well, I'm still going to do the things I want to do. We hope that they wear masks. We hope they do it responsibly, but obviously that's not necessarily the case for everybody.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, really great advice. So perfectioner.com. Do you have any classes or anything like that coming up in the near future, or workshops?
So the masterclass is an on-demand video course that they'll see through that Perfectioner site as well. And then the Perfectioner Pointers I mentioned, which is more like a monthly subscription online, that's going to launch in January, about 2 videos per month with corresponding handouts. So it's going to be everything from burnout and self-care and self-compassion as kind of the wellness side of it, as well as like branding, SEO, value asset, valuation, business appraisal, and sales. So it's been really fun to kind of like look at the left and right brain of entrepreneur work. And so interviewing these powerhouses saying, this is what you do, inform our viewers 3 tips they can take away right now, and then have all this, content has been awesome. I can't wait to launch it. So hopefully people can check that out too.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, because you don't have the one side without the other.
Right. And I feel like it's just tapping into the things that people are coming to you and to me naturally saying, hey, I have this idea. Who do I work with, or who do I, utilize their services? It's like, oh, well, here's this subscription that's going to cover some of that. Like, I don't have to do it one-on-one anymore. I can make it more of a mass reach.
No, and I love that. I mean, the mass reach thing is, for me, it's the way I live. I learned that building that platform and, bringing people in and, giving value is a huge way to do it.
Absolutely. And hopefully I'd love to have you on that prescription at some time. I know that subscription, sorry, because you have definitely shown people how to grow presence online. So I would love to tap into your resource there and share that with my viewers as well.
That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you. I would be tremendously honored to do that. Yeah.
Be honored to have you.
That'd be fun. So we'll make a date. So I have like all kinds of introductions I need to do after I get off this live.
Right. You've been doing this like practically all day. So hopefully you're taking breaks and stretching as we talked about today.
I've taken one break. But yeah, it's part of the challenge of, doing stuff for business for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the website is perfectioner.com.
Yep. And then for the books, they're all on Amazon. So that's where you're going to find those. But for the workbook digital version and 25% off that masterclass we talked about, that's all through perfectioner.com.
Cool. And is there a specific coupon code people need to enter?
Nope. It's going to automatically, based on them grabbing the workbook, they'll get a coupon code in their email.
Oh, okay, cool. That's
really try to make it easy for them. Yeah.
You have to sign up. You have to do it.
No.
You can't
follow through.
Yeah, just do whatever. So the books are on Amazon. The e-course and the subscription are on the website.
Yes, exactly. I wish it was all one place, but you know how these things work. It's basically where people can find the thing.
Put buttons on the website to send them to Amazon.
It's true.
But yeah, no, it's always just one more thing.
Exactly. I think it's been a learning curve, especially to market the books as the first foundational piece to now moving into more of the coursework and the lifestyle change. So I'm hoping it will be more of a movement, not just a book that they're reading, but a lifestyle that they're going to embrace.
I love it so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate having on experts, and I hope that this will be an awesome gift option for people to, give a loved one who is, especially starting a business, running a business, burned out by a business right now.
Exactly. Yeah, like basically entrepreneurs, perfectionists, type 1s and 3s, Enneagram, if you're a fan of that personality test, like these are the people who are like, yep, this is my book. I'm like, great, I know who my audience is. But yes, I actually hope that people will take this in as a New Year's resolution, if nothing else.
Me too. Yeah. I hope that we can start doing a better job of taking care of ourselves.
Yes, and pass that on to the next generation, which as a parent, I think you probably find even more important. I'm not yet a parent, but I would know that I don't want to teach my kids how to be a workaholic. That's for sure.
No. And I've made the comment, you can't have a business if you don't take care of yourself. There won't be a business.
True. It's very true. Absolutely, Haley. I 100% agree.
And that's why we're here. Cool. Well,
Yes.
thank you so much for joining me today. This has been really cool.
Absolutely. Thanks, Haley. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And I am going to pop you down and pop up Marilyn. Well, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm dandy. I hope you are.
I am. Are you looking at me in the StreamYard window, or are you looking at me in the Facebook window?
StreamYard.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure because sometimes people try to look in the Facebook window and I know it's a delay between the two. So welcome, Marilyn. So happy to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
I am happy to have you here. So tell me what these pearls are on your neck. These are stunning.
Thank you. They are actually glass pearls. So if this was real pearls, this would be thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So this is glass pearls.
Oopsies.
Having some internet issues. Yeah, I'm going in and out. I'm not sure what's happening. It's popping in and out. So I hope we're doing okay.
Yep, we had.
Can you see me and hear me all right?
I can. Yep. I can see and hear you.
All right. So thank you for having me, Haley. I appreciate it. And if you like, I can go ahead and get started and talk a little bit about my topic today. And if not, I'll let you lead off with whatever you like.
Let's go gently. So yeah, I'd be happy to have you present your topic. So what is your topic today?
My topic today is pearls, because that is what I am an expert at. And it's a huge part of my business. As you probably are aware, my company is Carolina Pearl. And very happy to say that you recently, like just a few days ago, launched my brand new website, which is carolinapearl.com. And I'm thrilled to pieces about that. And I wanted to educate your viewers a little bit about pearls and what they're about, what makes them valuable. And then I'll show just a few things that I've made with pearls. Some are not made with pearls, but many of you are going to know this and some of you won't. So here goes. There are some critical pieces to grading pearls, which is the quality and the pricing, and they are as follows, and they're not necessarily in this order. So you're going to look at the size of the pearls, the shape of the pearls, the color, the luster, which means how it reflects the light when you look at it, the surface, what's the quality of the surface? Is it smooth? Is it pitted? Is it lumpy? And you're going to want to learn about nacre quality, which is the coating that the mollusk produces surrounding the irritant. And then the last piece of the equation is matching. So when you're looking at earrings, you want the pearls to match pretty close to identical, although it's seldom doable when you're using natural pearls to match them up. But because they're harvested in the millions, jewelry producers are able to match them up quite well. So another point I want to make is that when a woman wears my designs, she owns it. Haley, you know that. I make one-of-a-kind pieces. No two are the same. So when a woman wears my jewelry, no one else in the world is going to have that same piece, which complicates the planning and manufacturing process. But you know what? It's worth it. That's the brand, and that's what I offer. But definitely know that no two women are alike. No two pieces of jewelry are alike. So I'd like to take a moment and talk a little bit about the types of pearls, because there are natural pearls, there are cultured pearls, there are glass pearls like I have around my neck, and I've got a few in my hand that I would like to share. There we go. And by looking at them, I promise you, you are not going to know which are the fake and are the real. So I have several different types of pearls in my hand. These are real, and they're, oh, there we go. They're fresh water.
How pretty.
And they are near perfect. They're creamy white and they're perfect. And then I just wanted to show a couple of different styles of pearls. These are button pearls, so they're flat on the bottom. Whoa, you keep disappearing. There we go. They're flat on the bottom and they look just like a little button. And then this is one of my favorites. These are called flake or keshi pearls. They're quite expensive. You'll see them in the finest of jewelry stores. So they look like little Kellogg's cornflakes, actually, and they do, and they come in small, medium, and large. These are rather large, but they're not the largest I've ever seen, and they have a tremendous luster, absolutely phenomenal luster. Now, this is also a coin pearl, but this is a dark coin pearl. This is peacock color, which is in the blue, charcoal gray, plum, black family. And these are not perfect, and I purposely wanted to show that because you see that pit in that pearl right there in the middle? That decreases the value of that entire strand, and even though the rest of the strand is near perfect, that one will have to be discarded because it's got a flaw. Now these are little beautiful, beautiful, small, perfect, creamy white pearls. And I usually use these in an accent on a piece of jewelry, like I'll put one on each earring at the top to accentuate whatever stone I'm using with it. Now I'm going to reveal the fakies. And this is a strand of glass pearls. So they are 100% perfect. There's no flaws. They're all identically matched in shape. Just the color is different. And honestly, I've made some beautiful jewelry using these glass pearls. And one last one. These are also coin pearls, which come in many sizes and shapes. This is the diamond shape. So they come in round, oval, various colors. So these don't match up at all. Each one is totally different. So it's a challenge to match up two of the diamond shaped coin pearls to make some earrings. So I just wanted to show a few examples of what, in case you have any questions so far.
Those are really cool. I didn't realize the varieties of the pearls.
Yeah, and the quality is, it took me a long time to find vendors that I knew I could place an order with without physically holding, touching, feeling, which is how I like to do it. So when I'm in a opportunity where it's a bead show or I'm at a bead store, like I recently went to one in Asheville and I really like them a lot, I will examine their pearls thoroughly, and if they have good quality pearls, I'm going to buy in bulk so that I have a good supply. And you know, while my jewelry is primarily made from pearls, I couple it with different stones and beads and lots of Swarovski crystal, gold and silver. And I've been doing this for 16 years, and it started out as just a little hobby and now is my full-time job. And I am a solopreneur, so everything that's done is done right here in this studio where I'm sitting, and everything from planning to production to shipping is done right from here. And I'm in Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. And I do have a few samples, and I'd like to talk about just a few things so that we don't run over. I want to show you an example. I picked this pair of earrings out of the hundreds that I have because it has a 98% perfect coin pearl. I want you to be able to see what a perfect coin pearl looks like. And this pair of earrings, I'm going to try to get in really close to the camera. There is not a mark on those, and they are beautifully smooth and flawless, round. They matched up perfectly. Maybe you can see it better. They have a tremendous luster, and there's not a mark on them. So I paired that up with sterling silver and a turquoise bead, and that's an example of a perfect coin pearl. So because that quality is on that pearl, those tend to run a little bit more expensive than some that maybe aren't of that level. And pearls are graded by A's. You have an A, which is the lowest quality, then it goes up exponentially. And I tend to use triple to quadruple A because that fits within the budget of my customers. If I were to go up to a 5, that would be unattainable for most of the customers that I provide products for. Mm-hmm. Now here's a pair. These are also exceptionally good quality coin pearls, and these are made with a light pink Swarovski crystal on top and a silver dangle. And of course, I always use sterling silver or 14K gold-filled ear wires unless someone requests surgical steel because they have sensitivity to silver and gold. So I'm going to try to go in because I want you to see what a beautiful pearl really looks like on a pair of earrings. These are considerably long. I tend to wear smaller earrings, maybe an inch, inch and a quarter. This is almost 2 inches. So in the line of jewelry that I have, there's something for everybody. There's tiny, which I'm gonna show you. There's tiny. This is a very unusual. Love this color. Hard for me to find. It is. I think we might have blanked.
We blanked for a sec.
Bronze colored freshwater pearls, and I made them with 14K. And I'm going to bring them all the way up to the camera because they are just incredible in the color. I will tell you, Haley, these were really hard to find. I handpicked those 2 pearls, and with them is a beautiful root beer color called Smoky Topaz Swarovski crystal, and a little flower dangle at the bottom. You don't see bronze color with that kind of luster on them very often. So in the lines that I do, I get inspired and I'll make maybe 3 that are similar and then move on to the next design. And when I say similar, they're different colors, it's a different order, it might be a little bit different pattern. And then I want people to know that I don't only do earrings, I do sets and I do bracelets. And lots of times people will just trust me and say, hey, here's a picture of me. Make me something that you think will look good. And I do. And I have fun. And they love it.
That is so wonderful. So what has been your favorite piece that you've ever made?
Well, I kept it. It is a lapis and pearl, very long necklace. So it has that rich blue and white of the pearls. And then I put a geode slice at the bottom that had navy and white in it. And I loved it so much I could not part with it. And I've worn it probably 100 times. And it doesn't only look good with white, it looks good with black or brown or pink. You don't always have to match up everything that you have. But that's probably one of my favorites. And I did make a pair of earrings recently that I had to talk myself out of keeping because they're very Art Deco and I like that look. And the stones were very hard to find. Those come in second.
What was that other one that you recently made?
It was a pair of earrings, and I wish I had a picture available. They're tucked away in my vault. They are faceted glass in a shape like this, so it's like a dome. And then I put a perfect white small coin pearl with it, and then a matching blue zircon earring, Swarovski on the bottom. And the top piece is glass, and it's highly faceted, and it looks like it's a stone. And I recently put them available, and I'm hoping nobody buys them so that, you know, maybe I can keep them for myself. I can show you one of my best-selling styles, which were very, very popular. This is green. So because I'm a beach girl, a lot of my jewelry is beach inspired, and this is a perfect pearl. I'm going to try to get it very close to the camera so you can see. It's a round, perfect pearl. Oop, there we go. And that's like a soft forest green, and I have a lighter green Swarovski on top. So much of my jewelry is beach inspired. Let's see if I have any other piece that might be beach inspired. I wanted to give you guys, you know, a broad look. Here's another, this is a brand new design. I made it like just a couple of days ago. I was able to obtain these beautiful hands with the lotus flower in it. And I just thought those were so cool. So a little dangle on the bottom. And they're made with a magnificent creamy white coin pearl. And I chose a sapphire blue Swarovski crystal on top. And I made these in a couple of different colors, but I thought those hands with the lotus flower in it were really, really good and pretty. So, okay, here's a whopper. This is a whopper. This is highly faceted apatite. Apatite is a gemstone, and it comes in all kinds of colors of blue mostly. These are a whopper pair of earrings. These are not for the faint of heart. So that is a faceted, rather large bead with a gold cap on top and a matching Swarovski in aquamarine. Now, given the right opportunity with a black dress, I might wear these because they are very, very pretty. But I showed you that because I don't always use a pearl. 90% of the time I'll use a pearl, but not always. But pearls are definitely my signature item. And Haley, I don't know if you know this, but last year I actually went to school. I took a very difficult online course that was given by the Cultured Pearl Association of America, and I became certified as a pearl specialist. Cool. And I gotta tell you, that final exam was harder than any college final comprehensive exam I have ever taken. And it's a good thing I'm a note taker because I took a lot of notes and it really helped me pass that exam. So, you know, I sometimes work with husbands or boyfriends or significant others or sons or fathers or brothers that are shopping for their wives. And when I go to networking events, sometimes a gentleman will reach out to me and say, hey, I want to get a special gift made for my wife. What do you think? And then he'll tell me a little bit about her and I'll put something together for her. And I never had anybody complain. Always happy faces. So I'm in a business where I make people happy.
That's fun.
Yeah, I love it. It's good to love what you do and do what you love. And after 28 years in IT sales, I'm doing what I love.
That's been a theme today.
Okay, I didn't catch what you said.
That has been a theme today.
That has been a what?
A theme.
A theme, yes, I've noticed. I have watched your presenters and I have jotted down websites and contact information because I've really enjoyed today, and everyone that watches will.
Thank
So,
you.
any question about pearls or care of pearls? Care of pearls is very specific. Would you like me to cover just a few points? Do we have enough time?
We do.
Okay.
Please do.
So your pearls are the last thing that goes on when you're heading out for the day and the first thing that you remove when you get home. And the reason for that is pearls are a living, breathing organism. They're the only gemstone that's living. A diamond is not even living once it's cut. It's not living anymore. It's not going to change. But a pearl is subject to discoloration and disintegration based on how you care for them. So when you put on your pearls, I say it, the last thing you put on is because the things that will damage pearls quicker than anything is perfumes, lotions, hair products, soap, anything aerosol around you. It deposits a nasty film on those pearls that doesn't come off. So you should even put on your deodorant before you put on your pearls. And when you wear pearls a lot, it makes them more beautiful as long as you're taking care of them. And one other thing, when you store them, it is good to store them lying flat and not hanging up, particularly if they are strung on silk, which can stretch over time and even get weakened over time. So if you have a strand of pearls that's you love, that you inherited, or it was given to you as a gift and you treasure them, take care of them. Even your earrings, put those pearl earrings in last before you head out the door. So all your products go on before your pearls.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a thing for pearls.
You know, I never did. I always liked them, but it wasn't my obsession until I took my first cruise and we went to the Cayman Islands, and my husband and I were waiting on a line in the Cayman Islands to go back to the big ship.
Mhm.
And here comes this beautiful woman who I swear, I think it was Diane Cannon. Here she comes in her sarong dress and all of her gorgeous blonde, and she's carrying a little pup, little Yorkie right here, and her Sherpas are behind her carrying her shopping bags because she just left the Diamond District that was very close by. And she was getting into a limo right where we were standing. And as she's getting closer, I noticed she had a perfect tan, and she could have afforded whatever diamonds or emeralds or sapphire she wanted. And I said, oh, I can't wait till she gets close and I can see what she's wearing around her neck. And sure enough, this was 2002. She was wearing a strand of coin pearls around her neck. And I looked at my husband. I said, that's it. I'm going to start my own business, and I'm either going to do food or jewelry, and it's going to be pearls. And he said, please be food. Please be food. And I didn't do the food. I did the pearls. And that's how my obsession was launched, based on what that lovely lady was wearing that day. Because every woman can wear a pearl. A dark pearl looks great on a blonde or someone with red hair, or someone that's got their hair pulled back. But a lady with black hair is not going to look good with a peacock pearl, because you're not going to be able to see it. Now refresh your memory. These are peacock pearls. These are coin pearls, but they're peacock in color. They're going to get lost. She tuck her hair behind her ear, or have a short style or pulled back, or wear a lighter color pearl. And my customers know this. So when they order something and they want something custom made, they know if you're a blonde, you can wear it all. That's just the way it is. You can wear any color pearl.
Totally.
So I hope that I have given a lot of information, because this isn't something you just hear every day in conversation. So
Yeah.
I do have a brand new website. I'm so excited. It's fully baked, and Haley did a great job doing it, I will say. Now, not all the inventory has been uploaded. That's going to be a process, but there's enough up there for you to get an idea of what I do and the classes that I teach. Of course, I'm not teaching any with COVID right now, but hopefully next year they will resume because it's a lot of fun. If you're in the Raleigh-Durham area, I teach all over the Triangle, and my venues are awesome, but we have to be really careful right now. So it won't be before Christmas for sure.
Bummer.
Bummer.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. So everybody check out carolinapearl.com. Check out the website. Check out the beautiful handcrafted with so much love jewelry that Marilyn makes. And yeah, I hope that, you know, you'll consider buying some of your gifts from Marilyn. Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much, Haley. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. And I'm going to drag Meg onto the screen with me. So bye-bye. Hello, darling.
Hello, darling. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am fabulous. I actually wanted to follow up. I was really happy I got this package today. Which earring is it? There we go. These are from Maryland.
Oh,
These are
cool.
Carolina pearls. I just got the package today. It was laying on the counter when I walked in. It was too good to not throw them on.
I'm going to pop her up here. Oh, nope. She disappeared.
No fun. But yeah, these are from Carolina Pearl. Absolutely stunningly gorgeous. I love these.
And I like the reindeer antlers.
Yeah, these were the little touch of fun and whimsy. One of the vendors at Sea Glass has these, and they're too cute to not have.
They're adorable. Yeah, so you have spent all day, like literally all day, at a craft fair, and now you're on with me.
Yes, and I love it. I thrive on chaos, so the more chaos, the better at this point.
Yeah, same. Takes one to know one.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about what it is that you do.
Okay, I am, for those of you who don't know, I am Meg Campbell. I am the creative genius behind Meg Campbell Designs, where we specialize in adding light to the dark world we live in with solar lanterns. Why solar lanterns? Because 1, I'm a mom. 2, I'm a pet mom. I want things that my kids can pick up and pack around, and I don't have to worry about them getting hot. So, quick overview of what these are. They are pint size or quart size jars. I have it in both sizes. They have a wire hanger so that you can hang them if you choose to. They have a solar panel with a photocell on it on the top of the lid that is connected to a string of LEDs that stay completely cool to the touch at all times. So, these are, you don't have to worry about if your kid picks it up and wanders off with it. It's not going to get hot. You don't have to worry about if you have it sitting on a table and you have big dogs that they're going to knock it over, or a cat's going to knock it off and somebody's going to get hurt. Other than I do use glass and they may break. Mason jars are fairly sturdy, but not indestructible. Just for fun, this is one of the Christmas lineups. This one says, Dear Santa, define good. This is a very popular one because, you know, we all have kids that need to define good.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I need to define good myself.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes well with the Christmas ornament that says, Dear Santa, I can explain. Because usually I can't explain. This is another one of the Christmas ones. It's Walking in a Winter Wonderland. It's kind of my throwback to Frosty because I can't use Frosty himself. He's trademarked. So he's cute. No. I'm looking for Christmas. Sorry, guys. I have like a whole collection of them over here that you can't see, and I'm deciding which ones we're going to show in what order. This is Wise Men Still Seek Him. You'll notice that there's not a nativity scene in this set, but if you stay tuned for December, there will be one that gets released. The ever popular We Wish You a Merry Christmas on the green Christmas tree because, you know, everybody needs it. A little away from the traditional Christmas with Christmas blessings rather than Merry Christmas or Christmas wishes. I decided to do one this year that's a little non-traditional. Okay. like Marilyn, I'm a coastal girl. My heart lives at the beach. I live an hour from the beach, and I have learned that who needs snow when you have sand? I have shoveled snow. I have played in the sand. Sand is better. We have the Merry Christmas Snowflake. This one has been insanely popular today. I had to hide this one at the show so I could have one to bring home. And again, throwing back to the coastal theme, we have Seas and Greetings because it's just funny. Coming off the Christmas route to one that sells really well around the holidays, and I'm not going to lie, this one breaks my heart to make every time I make it, but it's kind of an honor that people trust me to do this as well. This is the I Am Always With You jar with the cardinal on it. This one sells incredibly well at the holidays. I do a lot of these as memorials, and this is something that, since the back of the jar is plain, that we can customize if that's something that you want. We can customize and put names on them if you would like. And the other fun thing that's about to go away at the end of this month, because we do a lantern of the month every month, this is November's. This one, if it's one you want, you need to hop on the website and order it before December 1st. On December 1st, it will be completely gone. Sorry, I had hiccups. Now, the website is at the bottom. When you get on the website, you will notice there is more than just the solar lanterns. I have to be picky and choosy what I bring on air to show you guys, or we're going to be here from 5:30 until 1 o'clock in the morning because I can do this all night with fun things that I make and fun things that I do and shenanigans that we get up to. Although, I do have one that I want to show you because the deadline to order is tomorrow. Now, forgive me while I spin around and you see the back of my head because it's back here behind me. Adding a little humor to the lives of everyone, every single elf on the shelf parent out there in the world, is the 2020 Elf Quarantine House. This is so when the elf comes from the North Pole to make sure that your kids are behaving the way they're supposed to, there is no risk that he or she is going to get exposed to any kind of nasty germs and take them back to the North Pole for Santa. So it has a 14-day countdown so that your kids can go through and count off the days until their elf comes out. It has directions that the elf must stay in the house for 14 days. And it has snow, because who doesn't need a little snow in their jar to play with? These will be listed on the website until tomorrow night, because these will have to ship out Monday to get them to you in time for your elf to arrive the day after Thanksgiving. So if you don't have a safe place for your elf to hang out, hop over to megcampbelldesigns.com. It's right there on the homepage. You can click on it and get yours ordered. That way we can do this, because you're going to need a quarantine house. And I'm having a rough night, Haley. Now my nose itches. Had hiccups. Now my nose itches. It's going to be one of those.
I feel you.
Yeah.
See, there's the elf quarantine house.
Now the website is, yeah, it's really cute. The website is up. If you sign up on that pop-up at the bottom, it's automatically going to email you a 10% off code that you can use on your order, which isn't something I tell everybody. But if you're hopping over from WEN to the website, if you click on that, as soon as that pop-up comes up, fill that out and let it email you the coupon code. That way you can save 10% off your first order off the website. And there's a ton of stuff on the website. There are Christmas ornaments. All of the Christmas ornaments are designed so you can put them over the lights on your tree. They're under Christmas. But they go on over the lights on your tree so you can light them up any color that you want them to be. There are some serious, there are some sweet, there are some I am having fun with 2020, because at this point we're either going to laugh or cry, and crying makes my eyes all red and puffy and my mascara runs, and it's just not worth it. So we're laughing.
I like this one. 2020 is elfed up.
That one gets a lot of people to stop and look at it, and I get a few people that ask me, does that mean what I think it means? Yes, it does.
Does it actually mean what you think it means? Yes.
Yes, I get that a lot. Does it really? Yes, that's what I was going for. I went there.
They have to ask. That's the funny part.
Right. That's kind of my thing. If you have to ask, then it's probably not a joke for you. And I don't tell people that when they ask me, but I'm like, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you might as well just let it go.
Just keep right on moving. And then you have the toilet paper. I survived 2020. I thought this was really funny until the stores apparently are running out of toilet paper now.
Yeah, I did that because it was funny and it was a custom order that everybody loved. And then, yes, I went to buy toilet paper the other day and I'm like, really? We're doing this again?
Yeah.
But it will be okay.
2020 with the toilet paper rolls.
Yes. And the would not recommend is a top seller. The 2020 would not recommend one. That one, I take it to a show, I sell out. I was sold out of those by noon yesterday, which you can guess what I'm doing tonight.
So the only way you can get those is to order them off the website.
Yes, that's the only way I can keep them in stock, honestly, is to order them and I make them at the time. Something to remember when you place orders from the website is everything is generally considered to be made to order at the time you place the order. If I have it in my inventory, it goes out immediately. If not, we make it. On the ornaments, there's a 3 to 4 day turnaround. On the lanterns, it's 7 to 10 days. I get them out as fast as I can, but it's just me. And
aren't you the one who got like how many dozens of jars delivered to your house the other day?
I had a delivery of 10 dozen. So we are set for Christmas. If I get ordered out of 10 dozen, I am going to cry and have a party all at the same time.
Because you will not be sleeping?
Yeah, pretty much. We'll be a little sleep deprived at that point, but it'll be fun. Yeah, I started the Christmas ornament season with 200 blank ornaments. We are down to 75 blanks. And every single one that I had poured ready to go is in Castle Hayne at Sea Glass right now. So it's kind of been a crazy year for Christmas ornaments, but I'm okay with that.
And then there's the glorious F-bomb. So it's an F on a round.
Yes, the F on a round black ornament, and it's got a little wick coming out of it. It's cute. It's adorable. And it feels rather kind of appropriate,
Yeah. Here, I think this is a better.
Yeah, that's a better picture of it.
Yeah. I mean, like, seriously, who doesn't need a little bit of F-bomb in their life?
Yeah. Yeah, it is one of those things that kind of the way 2020 is going, I'm sure some people who never thought they'd be dropping F-bombs learned new languages. Learned how to say things they never thought they'd say before.
Right? Yeah. No, I love it.
It's a whole lot of fun.
What else should we show them?
That's the fun part. The lighted bucket kits are fun.
What is a lighted bucket?
Okay. A lighted bucket is a 5-gallon bucket with a decal on it. I use a white bucket, obviously, so you will see the light through it. I don't ship the buckets because, trust me when I tell you, the post office and I do not get along when I try to ship a bucket, so I ship the kits. But you go to Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, buy a white bucket, and then you get the kit. It comes with a vinyl decal and an LED puck light. I bet I got one of those. I bet wrong. I don't. My last puck light shipped out. But it's a little flat disc with LEDs in it. It's got 14 colors that you can cycle through, 4 modes that you can cycle through and make the colors flash. And fun fact, because I'm a bad influence on the world, I use waterproof lights. The puck lights are actually waterproof. They're designed to be thrown in swimming pools so that you can light up your swimming pool. So if you are in any way, shape, or form related to the crazy people I hang out with, we use them as swamp coolers. We put ice and water and beer in them. And then you use your little puck light. This is actually what it is. It's a little flat disc. You light that up, and then the longer the night goes on, you can't lose your beer in the dark. If you're less like we are, then it makes a cute way to mark your campsite. as yours and create conversations.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to go with that story.
Yes. Yeah, not everybody's as crazy as we are until they come around us, and then they are as crazy as we are.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, where friends are friends, marshmallows get toasted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Done that. Scroll down to this one. That one is a custom design. The one at the bottom is a custom design. That
Nice.
was a custom request that I have gotten so many laughs off of. I keep it on the website. I have sold exactly 2 of those since we started doing them, but the only BS is very popular. People laugh at it.
Yeah, like seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lighted fire pit is fun.
Yeah. And the camping rules is really popular. People really like the camping rules. And there are more available that I am in the process of getting listed to the website. But Shopify and I right now I have a whole queue of stuff that it should have up, but it's having a bit of a glitch and not uploading. So that's another thing to tackle tonight.
I love technology.
Technology is my best friend until it decides it doesn't want to work anymore. Which you would know that better than most because I get to turn it off and run away when it gets on my nerves.
And I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when tech gets on my nerves, I just shut it off and go play with glitter for a while.
Nope. A lot of times I'm up working on tech until 2 o'clock in the morning.
You know, I would lose my mind. I admire you for that because I cannot do it. I absolutely cannot do it.
Yep. No, I feel you. Yeah. Very cool. My hordes are starting to circle. We've gone from no kid or 1 kid in the house to 3 in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and that takes your noise volume from low to overload.
How is it that they like exponentially increase the noise level in the house?
I don't know because when Taylor's home doing school, it's quiet. I mean, you could hear a pin drop in my house, but I get both of them home, and it sounds like there's a full-on 3-ring circus going on in my house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Yes. So what are your deadlines for ordering before Christmas and all those kinds of things?
Custom orders, as in you want me to start from scratch and make you something completely custom. The orders need to be in and paid by December 1st. As far as being able to order off the website and me guarantee that I can get it shipped to you by Christmas, we're looking at December 5th because the post office deadline to ship is the 10th. And I want to make sure that I get everything out. After the 5th, I will no longer guarantee that you're going to get it by Christmas. I'm not going to close down ordering. I'm not going to shut it down, but I won't be able to guarantee you that you're going to get it by Christmas.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm seeing, with other websites and other clients is, December 1st.
Yeah, December 1st on the custom orders because they do take me more time because I will literally sit down and start from scratch and create exactly your vision.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just regular off the website orders. December 5th is the last day I'm going to guarantee that I can get it to you on time.
Nope. I understand. That's why I'm asking that question right now because we're sitting here at November 21st.
Yes.
And I think people need to understand that, it's November 21st. So you basically have about 10 days.
Yeah, you have about 10 days, especially if you're wanting something custom. And I do custom orders. I start completely from scratch, from the base jar in your choice of color to the finished decal the way that you want it, but that takes more time.
What colors of jars can you do?
I can do whites, which is this. It kind of looks a little blue when it's lit up because I used cool LEDs, which have a blue tone. I can do green.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a teal blue. And not with me because they're all in Castle Hayne. I can also do pink, purple, orange, and yellow. Yep, that's purple. That is the purple. And the reason why I limit it to that color, that particular color range, and I don't have any more vibrant colors, is the lights don't shine through. I have had a lot of trial and error on what things I can actually put, what colors I can actually put in the jar that the lights will come through. Because there's not a lot of point to having a solar lantern if the color is so dense in the glitter that you can't see the lights.
Yep. It's
I
got
would
to
love
be somewhere.
more, and I'm looking into it, and there's a couple people who actually do custom glitter
Mm.
that are kind of looking into how to lighten up shades, so I could do reds and blues and things like that I can't normally do, but we're not sure that it's possible yet, so I don't want to announce it quite prominently yet, but it's in the works of playing with to see what we can do with it.
Cool. Got to make for fun.
It would be fun to add some new ones, and actually it is on the list. It's been on the list for like 6 months, and I always find a reason not to do it. So I'm committing right now, live on this, to doing it. Before February, I am going to have a frosted option. I'm going to be able to do frosted glass, which will be, it will be an interesting change because there are some people who don't like glitter. Even though the glitter is inside of the lantern, glitter is just not their thing, and they don't want to look at it all day, every day. And I get that. So we are going to add in a frosted line, which should be fun.
Yeah.
It'll give you something fun to play with. Who doesn't like to play mad scientist in the kitchen?
I like to play mad scientist in the kitchen.
I like to play mad scientist. I just don't cook. My kitchen does all kinds of cool things except turn out food.
Mm.
That's
Yeah, my kids will tell you about the time I brined the pasta.
That's fabulous. I've done that. I have done that. But honestly, anymore, when I get ready to cook, one of the kids is already in the kitchen cooking. So I'm like, why would I take that away from you? You can do it. If you get stuck, holler at me. You know?
That's how it works.
It's the easiest way to do it. I'm not going to lie. That is the absolute easiest way to do it.
Yeah, my 17-year-old is a better cook than I am.
My 15-year-old has a much broader range of things I can cook. I like to make fun of myself that I don't, but he has a much broader range of things he makes on a daily basis that he does, that he can make, that I'm like, how did you even figure out how to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my 19-year-old apparently has been holding out on me because she's been doing all kinds of interesting vegan things
nice.
at school that, you know, I'm like, ugh. And you never cook at home. So
that might be kind of self-defense though, because now she kind of has to, or she's going to be hungry.
Mm-hmm. And fast food all the time is no fun.
No, it's really not. My kids could live off of it, but I'm like, ooh, no. Can't do it. That and pizza. If I hear we want pizza one more time, I may lose my mind.
Yeah, particularly like frozen or refrigerator pizza.
Their thing is Domino's, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, we have a Domino's around the corner from us. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I will admit that it's convenient. I'm not knocking Domino's. It's just not my favorite thing to eat.
Yeah, I get it. So tell me how you ended up in business.
That is a funny story. I have grown up in a very, very, very crafty household. By the time I was 5, I was crocheting. By the time I was 10, my mom was doing trade shows and craft fairs with her business because she was raising sheep for hand spinning. So I would show up, plop down with a spinning wheel, and entertain the crowd all day because I was a tiny little petite child. The spinning wheel was bigger than I was. And it was a great way to entertain the crowd. And that got me my first taste of I don't have to punch a time clock. Then I grew up, got away from all of that, threw everything in a 20-foot U-Haul and uprooted my entire family and moved from Kentucky to North Carolina and discovered that even with my skill set, the job I was in was not a happy, good place.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a temper tantrum literally one day, and quit my job. I had had a side hustle going, making wreaths, doing custom crochet work the whole time we'd been down here in North Carolina. So I called my husband on my way out the door from my job and said, you remember how I made that joke the other day? If they made me mad, I was quitting. I did it. And he told me to go home and take a nap. As of tomorrow, you're either going to sink or swim, because you're going to dive right in. And if it works, it works. If in 6 months it doesn't, then you're going to have to get a real job. That was just shy of 2 years ago. And we have not looked back since that conversation and questioned whether or not I should be doing this or go back to being a licensed pharmacy tech. I don't want to do that.
Well, and let's be honest, with COVID, how is that supposed to work with kids at home?
Again, that's another thing, is that I was beyond blessed when COVID happened, because I'm already here. You know, we didn't have to make a decision if somebody was leaving their job, because I'm already here. I'm here. Unless I'm at a show, I'm working out of the house. So, you know, other than a whole lot more chaos and less flow to my day, I can't really plan things out and go with the flow and just get things done. It's been perfect.
Yeah, no, that's why calendar mastery is a huge thing.
Yes, and I'm really not good at that. I'm not going to lie. I make a to-do list and I start at the top and I work my way down, and then today's to-do list becomes tomorrow's to-do list. Everything I didn't get done gets wrote over there, but we make it work. Mm-hmm. And it's sometimes it's early morning, sometimes it's late nights, sometimes it's if y'all don't go turn on a movie and leave me alone for 2 hours, I'm going to scream.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah,
sounds really familiar. I mean,
yeah,
I understand. Yeah, my kids have already gotten lots of hairy eyeballs today.
I've been gone all day. Well, I say I've been gone. I've had Laura with me. It's kind of funny. Laura started going to Sea Glass with me in self-defense because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday show. And I knew if I left her at home, she was not going to be working on her schoolwork the way she was supposed to. She would be working on everything else under the sun. Hey, Zena. How are you, darling? The bike's not picking you up.
Pardon?
The bike's not picking you up.
I said, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad you're home.
Me too.
Yeah. How's Xavier doing?
Pretty okay, but they're not being as strict with things as I would hope.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's driving you nuts too.
Yes, in more ways than one.
It's kind of funny because you being a Xavier, you're closer to my hometown than I am.
I mean, I like it up there. Like, the weather's pretty nice. It's not as humid or anything, but
yeah, until it drops 22 inches of snow overnight, it's fine. And then it snows on you.
I mean, we don't really get that much snow in North Carolina, so it's a nice change.
That's why I came to North Carolina. You're right. It's a nice change. I just went the other way.
I mean, I've grown up here my entire life and maybe gotten 2 feet of snow over several days. Like,
yeah, and you guys are up in Cary, so you get more snow. I'm down along the coast, so we're lucky if we get ½ inch of snow through the whole winter.
I mean, we generally don't get that much. It's every few years maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing though.
Yeah. Except when there's like even a threat of anything freezing over, that we end up having everything shut down.
Yeah, that was kind of a culture shock for me when we first moved down here because I'm from Georgetown, Kentucky.
Yeah.
So unless it's talking feet of snow, nothing closes. They talk a hint of snow. The schools let out early. Banks shut down. Everywhere just comes to a screeching halt.
And be sure you have your bread, milk, and eggs.
Well, yeah, you got to have your milk sandwiches.
Or your French toast fixings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always call them milk sandwiches. I think it's a Kentucky thing because everybody runs for milk and bread. And I'm like, what are you going to do? You know, pour milk on your bread?
I mean, French toast.
French toast works.
Yeah.
Bread, milk, and eggs.
Yep. The essentials that will go bad if the power goes out.
Yes. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let y'all finish that up.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm glad Zena's home. You will have fun until she has to go back to college.
Mm-hmm. It'll be fun until Daddy takes the T-Bird away.
Exactly. Hey, I got that reference.
Yeah? Yeah, you're not that much younger than me.
No, I'm older than I act, unfortunately.
Same.
I refuse to grow up, though. That was the conversation from today, is I'm not growing up. I am entirely done with growing up. I'm getting younger. It was more
I'm
fun.
done with adulting right now.
Yeah, it was more fun in my 20s.
Mm-hmm. Adulting is highly overrated.
It is. And I'm so stealing that because I'm doing coffee cups for the next Sea Glass the first weekend of December. I'm going to do coffee cups, wine glasses. We're going to add in glassware, which I haven't been doing, but it was requested, so we do it. And I think that would be fun. Adulting is highly overrated on wine glasses, coffee mugs, beer mugs. I think I can fit that on a shot glass.
Yeah. There you go. A great merchandising idea.
There you go. I'm so stealing that.
Do. Please.
And we should title it The Haley.
One of those Haleyisms.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a lady come by my booth today and she's like, I follow you on Facebook and you have all these rude decals you put up and you haven't done one in a while. I'm like, oh, so the masses want the rude decals back, huh?
The masses want the rude decals back.
Yes, we can go back to the decal of the day. I say that one a lot.
Right?
Yes.
And they come in 2 sizes.
Yes, you can have them. You can have a little one for the days that you give a little fuck and a big one for the days that you give a very large one.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I just said a bad word live in front of 70,000 people.
It's okay. There's not that many people actually watching right now, so it's all good.
That one's fun. I like that. I think I want to do that like 12 by 12 on the side window of my car. Yeah, I have that on a coffee cup.
So you never knew that sending these to me was going to be used and held against you.
Hey, I'm good with it. Yeah, that reminds me, I got to go get a new candle this weekend for mine.
Oh, mine, yeah, mine is still going good.
Yeah, mine's empty. I gotta get a new one. But these are from practically everything I have comes from Sea Glass. I am not gonna lie. These are a little local candle maker. So they have fun making me cool smells to go in that.
Oh.
I have to clean the jar back and I'll take them that jar and they'll refill this jar for me.
Oh, so you don't even have to put a new decal on it.
Don't even have to make a new decal.
Well, that's cheating if I ever heard of it.
It's perfection.
Carrie Myers says I have that one. Is it my last one is on fire?
Yes, she has that one.
Mm.
She also has I Love My Kids, even the one making my eye twitch.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
Even the ones that make my eye twitch.
And she may also have Proud Parent of a Sasshole.
Mm.
That one is insanely popular. I had no idea how much people would love it. I did it as a funny because Laura is such a sasshole. I mean, she just is. She owns it. But I did it as a funny for me, and everybody just loved it, so I ran with it.
She says yes.
And hi, Carrie. How are you, darling? I haven't got to talk to you in like 3 days.
Yeah, it's been a crazy last 3 days, huh?
It has been. It has been nothing short of insane. But if my life were calm and things happened in order, I wouldn't know what was wrong with the world.
Yeah. I wouldn't know how to handle myself. If things were behaving and people were behaving and things weren't flying and fur weren't going sideways.
Right. If things didn't go completely sideways and backwards in my life, I wouldn't know what to do.
Totally. I agree.
Yeah, that's days like today. I went to Sea Glass. So I left here at 7:30 in the morning, left Sea Glass at 3, drove into downtown Wilmington to make a delivery to a gift shop that I do custom work for, and then scurried my little tail end an hour back home so I'd be here in time. I love it. I wouldn't trade it for nothing.
No, me either. That's why we do it. And that's why I'm glad you're here.
Yes.
Marilyn.
Marilyn, you're on. Marilyn, look at these. Look how fabulous these are.
We were trying to show those to you earlier.
Yes, we tried to show these to you earlier, but you'd already logged off. But look at my cool earrings. If I can get them to turn. These are from Carolina Pearl. I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're absolutely fabulous. I love these earrings. And they're lightweight because my thing with earrings is I can't stand anything that's heavy. So all of my earrings have to be really lightweight. And I don't even know I have these in until they smack me in the face because they move just enough.
They smack you in the face, huh?
Yes.
They look beautiful. They look great. Yeah, they came from Carolina Pearl, carolinapearl.com.
Yes, carolinapearl.com. Fabulous website, fabulous jewelry, fabulous Marilyn. And they arrived perfect timing today, Marilyn, because I walked in the door and the package was sitting right there on the counter. And I mean, the first thing I did was yank them open and stick them in my ears so I wouldn't forget to put them on when I came on. I love them. And I'm an earring junkie. I'm not going to lie. I didn't used to be, but now it's all about the earrings.
Mm-hmm. Totally. It's all good. Oh, my dear. Unless you want me to leave you on here live. It is 6 o'clock. And
it is 6 o'clock. We do have to wrap this up.
My children want to be fed.
Yeah, mine had food ready when I walked in. So you go feed yours.
Thank
and
you.
I will talk to you later on this evening and let me know when we do this again because this is so much fun.
We'll do it. Y'all have fun.
Bye, darlings.
Take care. Bye-bye.